What can I do for fun around here? Just follow me. I'll make sure you have fun. Shh. Are you ready? Ready to join me into the depths of the abyss?
Pain is temporary. Death is forever. I will end your suffering.
People become honest when they have nowhere to run. It's not the time to cut your breath. Doesn't it make your blood boil?
Is it my turn? Already? Looks like I'm dealing with a bunch of weaklings. Humans are, in the end, just mortal beings. So, do I look a bit more like a demon empress now?
If this is what I can help Nadia with...
I'm getting fun vibes from this place. Get up here. Let's play. Aren't you afraid of the Legion of the Abyss? Oh no, don't tell me you're tired already. Come play with me. Look at the blood-red sky. Are you ready? Ready to join me into the depths of the abyss?
The doctors here aren't what I'm used to. Wilson, I will end your suffering. Now it's time to return the pain. Now nobody can cause me more pain. I'd rather die than suffer any further.
I haven't forgotten about our contract. Oh, Dios. I feel so alive. Do I remind you of someone? Let's fight then! Alright, let's get to work! Have you lost your mind? Oh! Time out! Time out! Time out!
Haha! Is it my turn? Already? Well, it feels a lot like using a portal. Is that how determined you are? Was it you who called me here? Now, let's try to take over the world! Get up. Tomorrow's still a long way off. Don't stare too long. You might drown from a curse or something. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself. Wait, is that a hero?
I just want to go somewhere.
affiliation? Why do you need to know that? I'm here to follow their orders. Faster than light! Oh, sorry. I forgot we already called it even. Even an eye for an eye doesn't sound enough. Remember everything. Everything my eyes have witnessed. And everything my hands have done.
Hero of Justice, at your service! Don't worry, I'm here. Agent Aiden, I came here to rescue you. In the name of justice, take this! Agent Alex, we're safe now. Why? Because I'm here. Yep. Smells like the villains were around here. Full blast! Fire! Who do you think I am? I never give up. Assemble! With great power comes great responsibility. My name is Justina, protector of the people, and I will become the greatest hero. Astra Burst! I got the power now! Someone once told me all they wanted was to go back to a peaceful, normal life. I'll become the hero who makes that possible. Justina here, to the rescue!
I'm going for the gold. Easy. Have I found new talent? Effort pays off. This is the proof. Legendary, just as expected. Don't doubt a gold medalist. Your mental is weak. Bring it on. All right, who's coming for me? The forest is beautiful. Face me. Try all you want. There's no avoiding it. Careful, you might drown. So this is the feeling.
Time to wake up. I'll guide you. Everything you imagine will become reality to a world of eternal happiness. I'll help your dreams come true. Beyond reality. I'll remember everything about you. Are you going to stop me? It's important to take a break from time to time. I guess my wings weren't enough to hold everyone. Wait for me there. I'll show you a new world.
Watch carefully.
I'm not too bad with my hands.
Should I rip, slice, or cut?
We'll make it all better. If a patient needs help, I'm there. Don't move. I'll take care of you, even if you die. I can't get a pulse. You could. At least they didn't die from an illness.
Ready. Chocolate is efficient. Sugar supplements calories, and caffeine improves concentration. It also contains theobromine, which... Wait, I think I'm getting sidetracked. I feel like fainting. I hope there's something sweet inside. Do you have any chocolate? It's a gift. Collecting materials. They'll be good for plating. I should be able to find chocolate here. I wonder if they go well with chocolate. Thanks. I'll have a chocolate bread with some chocolate spread and hot chocolate. Not bad.
I'm used to being the one being controlled. Were you trying to run away? Come on, get closer. Since everyone is trying to run away, I can't run away now. I've come too far to turn back. Come on, get closer. Are you locking me up again? It's coming. We're all turning red. Don't worry. We'll remember each other forever. The pain is temporary, but your color will last long. Don't worry. I'm getting better. I can still feel pain. What a relief. I'm tired of being trapped.
Let's go on to the next stage. I said I'd give it my all no matter what I do, didn't I? Watch closely. You'll see me grow. You know the lyrics to my songs, right? I'm always ready to give autographs. Mm-hmm. Do you want my autograph? M-A-I. Becoming a pop star isn't just a dream anymore. Want me to sign something for you? I won't forgive anyone who messes up my performance. I'll forgive you if you're a fan. I really do shine the most at times like this. Where's the security team when you need them? I told you, no photos without my permission. I should memorize the choreography and lines ahead of time. Check, check.
I got something new for you today. Are you excited? Delicious! Want a bite? What are you up to? Well, will you tell me? You look down on me for being young. Shame on you! That's a really stupid idea. Let's do it. Looks like there are no officers around. Lucky me. Please be quiet. Oopsie! Did it hurt? Are you going to stand by while a lady is being attacked? Is there a kitty in the box? Fasten your seatbelt. That's it for today. See you next time. Bye-bye.
What is a Taoist, you ask? The storm has passed once again. cool breeze and a bright moon. Life is like sailing. Balance and growth in harmony. That's what it's all about. This piece feels off. Disperse! What really matters is the process. Wind of harmony! Everything has a reason for being. Now this is what I call perfect harmony. Flow with the wind.
What can I do for fun around here? Just follow me. I'll make sure you have fun. Shh. Are you ready? Ready to join me into the depths of the abyss?
Pain is temporary. Death is forever. I will end your suffering.
People become honest when they have nowhere to run. It's not the time to cut your breath. Doesn't it make your blood boil?
Is it my turn? Already? Looks like I'm dealing with a bunch of weaklings. Humans are in the end, just mortal beings. So, do I look a bit more like a demon empress now?
If this is what I can help Nadia with,
I'm getting fun vibes from this place. Get up here. Let's play. Aren't you afraid of the Legion of the Abyss? Oh no, don't tell me you're tired already. Come play with me. Look at the blood-red sky. Are you ready? Ready to join me into the depths of the abyss?
The doctors here aren't what I'm used to.
Wilson,
I will end your suffering. Now it's time to return the pain. Now nobody can cause me more pain. I'd rather die than suffer any further.
I haven't forgotten about our contract. Adios. I feel so alive. Do I remind you of someone? Let's fight then! Have you lost your mind? Oh! Time out! Time out! Time out!
Haha! Is it my turn? Already? Well, it feels a lot like using a portal. Is that how determined you are? Was it you who called me here? Now, let's try to take over the world! Get up. Tomorrow's still a long way off. Don't stare too long. You might drown from a curse or something. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself. Wait, is that a hero?
I just want to go somewhere.
My affiliation? Why do you need to know that? I'm here to follow their orders. Faster than light! Oh, sorry. I forgot we already called it even. Even an eye for an eye doesn't sound enough. Remember everything. Everything my eyes have witnessed. And everything my hands have done.
I'm a hero of justice, at your service! Don't worry, I'm here! Agent Aiden, I came here to rescue you! In the name of justice! Take this! Agent Alex, we're safe now! Why? Because I'm here! Yep. Smells like the villains were around here. Full blast! Fire! Who do you think I am? I never give up. Assemble! With great power comes great responsibility. My name is Justina, protector of the people, and I will become the greatest hero. Astra Burst! I got the power now! Someone once told me all they wanted was to go back to a peaceful, normal life. I'll become the hero who makes that possible. Justina here, to the rescue!
I'm going for the gold. Easy. Have I found new talent? Effort pays off. This is the proof. Legendary, just as expected. Don't doubt a gold medalist. Your mental is weak. Bring it on. All right, who's coming for me? The forest is beautiful. Face me. Try all you want. There's no avoiding it. Careful, you might drown. So this is the feeling.
Time to wake up. I'll guide you. Everything you imagine will become reality to a world of eternal happiness. I'll help your dreams come true. Beyond reality. I'll remember everything about you. Are you going to stop me? It's important to take a break from time to time. I guess my wings weren't enough to hold everyone. Wait for me there. I'll show you a new world. Watch carefully.
I'm not too bad with my hands.
Should I rip, slice, or cut?
I'll make it all better. If a patient needs help, I'm there. Don't move. I'll take care of you, even if you die. I can't get a pulse. You could. At least they didn't die from an illness.
Ready. Chocolate is efficient. Sugar supplements calories, and caffeine improves concentration. It also contains theobromine, which... Wait, I think I'm getting sidetracked. I feel like fainting. I hope there's something sweet inside. Do you have any chocolate? It's a gift. Collecting materials. They'll be good for plating. I should be able to find chocolate here. I wonder if they go well with chocolate. Thanks. I'll have a chocolate bread with some chocolate spread and hot chocolate. Not bad.
I'm used to being the one being controlled. Were you trying to run away? Come on, get closer. Since everyone is trying to run away, I can't run away now. I've come too far to turn back. Come on, get closer. Are you locking me up again? It's coming. We're all turning red. Don't worry. We'll remember each other forever. The pain is temporary, but your color will last long. Don't worry. I'm getting better. I can still feel pain. What a relief. I'm tired of being trapped.
Let's go on to the next stage. I said I'd give it my all no matter what I do, didn't I? Watch closely. You'll see me grow. You know the lyrics to my songs, right? I'm always ready to give autographs. Mm-hmm. Do you want my autograph? M-A-I. Becoming a pop star isn't just a dream anymore. Want me to sign something for you? I won't forgive anyone who messes up my performance. I'll forgive you if you're a fan. I really do shine the most at times like this. Where's the security team when you need them? I told you, no photos without my permission. I should memorize the choreography and lines ahead of time. Check, check.
I got something new for you today. Are you excited?
And hello, everyone. Welcome to the Season 7 dev stream for Eternal Return. I am Jim Wendy, like always, and we're joined with Wolf1, and it's someone new. Let's introduce them one by one. First, let's introduce with Wolf1.
Hi everyone, I'm Wolf1, director of Eternal Return. Thank you so much for joining us today. Hope you enjoyed the stream.
So we always did like a two-man stream like from now on, but like from now on we're gonna have a new member joining our dev stream. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Raven1. I am the newest face to Nimble Neuron team. I'm excited to be here. So yeah.
Yeah, we finally have a new addition to our global team, so we hope that you all welcome him to our team, and I think we can jump straight into the dev stream. I finally have someone to share the dev stream so my voice doesn't die this time. Okay, so I think we can go to the PPT. Okay, so we finally have arrived at Season 7 of Eternal Return, and we have a lot to talk about this season, so let's jump straight in. We will begin off, like always, we will begin with a Season 6 recap. Okay, so the season theme for this one was Legion. It was a really different approach that we did from before. We tried a bit of a fantasy theme, and we believe that it was very well received overall by the community because of the very different themes compared to the things that we did before. And yeah, we were very happy that everyone enjoyed the theme for Season 6 too, and we really thank everyone for playing this season as well. Okay, let's move on. We also saw the introduction of our two new test subjects, which were Hisui and Justina. With her fierce charm, Hisui became actually one of the most popular releases in Eternal Return's history. Even before her release, like her introduction broke records in terms of views, and everyone was really happy about the introduction of Hisui. Also, normally, new test subjects enter normal matches first, and then are available in ranked 5 days after the release. But Hisui was actually so popular for the first 5 days in normal games that we were unable to analyze the data we needed to do balance changes for ranked. So we can really see how much of a really big bang that Hisui did on Lumia Island. So we were really happy about the attention that our new character got. Also, let's see, I'm sorry. Also, Justina also had a very different story too. Justina was also introduced with a very happy I'm sorry, a happy mode, and we were really happy that everyone enjoyed Justina joining the team as well. We do want to go into a bit of some of the stats that we changed for Hisui and Justina. So when Hisui was first released, her initial performance stats were a bit unimpressive, but she also felt very oppressively strong in certain situations, which actually brought a lot of debate among our players. So we did address this by reworking some of her skills during the season. We tried to lower her peak power while also raising her skill floor. And currently, her stats are more stabilized, and we believe that a lot of the frustration factor has been reduced as well. And currently, if we look at the data, she is still one of the most beloved test subjects in both ranked and normal matches. Justina had a bit of a different story based on their stats. So when Justina was released in ranked, she was actually proved to be exceptionally strong at higher ranks with notable performance spikes among certain players. But yeah, and this was due to her various utility abilities, including her movement speed buff. And it was really her movement speed buff that really impacted her playstyle rather than a lot of dashes. So we did remove this overall, and currently she is still loved by a lot of our players. So we're really happy that both of our characters really settled well into Lumia Island, and we hope that we can introduce new characters next season too to get the attention of all of our players as well. Also, from a lore perspective, we introduced a lot of new lore with the introduction of our new characters too. So we introduced the new faction of Nichirinkai with Hisui, and we also introduced Erebos with Justina. And we are really happy that we are able to introduce more factions from the world outside Lumia Island too. And we hope that with these introductions, we will be able to gradually expand the game's universe as well with the introduction of more lore. So we hope you enjoy unraveling the deeper lore of Eternal Return, and we hope And we will keep trying to release new characters as well. We have also introduced 2 new token skins for Season 6, which was actually a first for Eternal Return. And the first one up was the Holograph Fairy Vanya, which became the first ever skin to feature a unique dance animation. We also introduced the dance hotkey too. And on the day of this release, we saw a lot of Vanyas dancing in the briefing room, making a party out of each match. And we were really happy that there is a new mechanic that our players can enjoy with inside Eternal Return. The second skin that we introduced was Idol Mai, which was also released on Season 6, and it was almost one of the best-selling skins on launch day in Eternal Return's history too. And while the top 3 best-selling skins are all very close in numbers, and the increased token rewards this season may have influenced sales, Idol Mai was still a big success in our book, so we were really happy that all of our players enjoyed both of the token skins. In terms of production budget, both skins had the highest development costs ever for skins that we made, and they also introduced, we also were able to include additional props, we put in more visual effects, and even they have like a special custom music track for their dances too. And a lot of the people loved the dance for Vanya, and for Idol Mai, we used a special dance animation that was inspired by the K-pop song Strawberry Rush by Chu. But unfortunately, no one really seemed to notice the reference. So we believe that it seems we still have room for improvement in executing these ideas. So we hope that, yeah, we can introduce more token skins in the future as well. And yeah, we hope that our players are really excited to see all of these token skins too. We are extremely confident with our next 2 token skins in Season 7. I know you all got a very sneak peek yesterday of the Korean dev stream, but yeah, I hope you're excited to see them on stream today as well. Okay, let's move on. We also had the rework of Luke and Mai, and first, let's talk about each one individually. The first one, with Luke's rework, we revamped his ultimate ability, and we tried to make him stronger when landing basic attacks. But we do believe that this goal wasn't entirely successful, because currently Bruiser Luke still remains very difficult to play, and Assassin Luke still showed a very strong showing mid-season. And we did make adjustments last week, but we are going to try more experimental changes in the Season 7 preseason patch. So we hope that with these changes, we will be able to try and improve more on Luke's rework so that it becomes something more that our players could be happy on. Okay, we also saw the introduction of Mai's rework. We believe that Mai's rework was mostly focused to adjust her passive. That was actually a very big issue before the rework. We wanted to try and make it more beginner friendly and also very easy to use among your teammates. And we also removed the Shroud Cloud. I'm sorry, the cloak ability from her ultimate to try and tone down her strength in competitive play. And we believe these changes has been fairly successful as of now. We believe that more players are picking up Mai. And yeah, and they're actually picking up Mai, especially outside of high-level play as well, in tournaments. And she does appear less frequently in competitive tournaments, but we do want to keep tweaking it to see if we can try and push Mai into a more overall ideal position as of now. So we believe we still have a lot to improve on both of the characters' reworks. So we'll see how they move on, and we'll see with the changes that we do on Season 7. Yeah. Hopefully, we will be able to improve upon them as well. Also, we will be adding a new toggle feature to chest items in the upcoming patch too for Mai's passive too. So allowing players to easily check the David upgrades stat bonuses when equipped. So we believe that this will provide a small help in visually to see what upgrades you're getting when you're getting the upgrade. Okay, the next one up is the VLS. The VLS was actually one of the biggest changes for Season 6. And we do believe at the beginning of the season, VLS did have some shortcomings because in the preseason, many issues were pointed out. However, as the season went on, we have introduced several major improvements. First off, we introduced the return of the hyperloops in restricted areas, so that if there is any chance of emergency, you'll be able to use the hyperloops to go into restricted areas and use them when needed. Feel like it's pre-recorded. Can we get a meow? No. I'm sorry. Okay, it's not pre-recorded. Okay, going back to the talk of VLS. We introduced hyperloops in restricted areas, and also we had multiple updates which improved the control, the feeling of using the VLS, and we also improved a lot of the visual effects as well. And yeah, we made some small tweaks here and there, and we believe that VLS is at least better to use than at the start of the season. Also, in the mid to late game, hyperloops became much more difficult to use, which there was the issue that the hyperloops became more difficult to use, which did lead to an increase in ABC. But we have prepared a more of an in-depth analysis about ABC and the features that we included this season, so we will cover them in greater detail later in the stream. Okay, the next mechanic added in Season 6 was the Secret Labs. We believe that this one was a bit less in impact. So what we did, the original intention of us, including the Secret Labs, was to provide a bit of like a brief moment of resting in Lumia Island, where Eternal Return is actually pretty fast-paced and it's really tense all the time, which leaves a very little room to relax. Unfortunately, it wasn't really, the goal that we wanted to give this wasn't really fully realized. So yeah, we also did want it to become more of a strategic relocation tool, allowing players to move into safer areas and try and reduce late game congestion and maybe reduce ABC. But this didn't really work out well because earlier in the season, the indicator showing which places are safe zones when you are exiting the secret lab was removed due to being too powerful. And this really significantly weakened the strategic aspect. So it's in a very weird spot. Like so unlike VLS, which gradually improved over the season, we believe that Secret Labs kind of ended up in a kind of a weird situation before, like right now, than when it was first added. Yeah, so it's now only used once in a while, and it's more of a minor situational advantage rather than a core gameplay mechanic. So we will try and see what we'll be able to do with this mechanic later on. We will talk more about how we're going to try and improve on the various issues that happened with the introduction of these features and how we're going to improve them over the seasons. Can we have a caw then? Okay, caw, caw, caw. Happy now? Okay, now focus. Okay, so yeah. So basically, the removal of the battle zones were a really big issue of why we introduced the secret labs and all of this stuff. And it was actually a very impactful change into in-game play in Season 6. Because battle zones were a really engaging mechanic when it was only two teams fighting. We believe that in this situation, the battle zones were pretty good. But as you know, we're in a battle royale situation, and it wasn't always just two teams fighting. So when three or more teams converged on the battle zone, it was very strange. Like, the team that fought first was always at a severe disadvantage. And it always seems like they're getting third-partied. So it really created a fundamental fairness issue, and yeah, it was kind of fundamentally flawed. And this imbalance ultimately was a critical problem, and we ultimately had to remove the battle zones. However, it really created another major issue after we removed it. So what would happen is that after the battle, when the battle zones ended, usually teams would reposition among the maps to different part of the maps, which created a more structured flow to engagements on like how many fights would happen over the island. But with this mechanic on, the game's pacing and team distribution was really affected in very unintended ways. So we do want to touch more on the broader impact of the removal of battle zones and stuff like the BLS implementation and the secret labs. Like, we want to address more of these issues that happened over the season and like a clear in-game deep dive. So we will try and say more later in the stream as well. And yeah, so we'll tell you how season 7 and the seasons after that will try and address these issues that would kind of improve the overall gameplay experience that is currently happening with the removal of battle zones. Okay. Oh, now this mechanic, the next mechanic that was added in season 6 was the Raven system and the revamp to the Vision system. Honestly, I think this one is one of the best features that were added on season 6. The addition of Ravens and the changes to the Vision system have been really great. Now, honestly, like after the players have adapted to these changes, it's almost really hard to believe that Ravens didn't exist last season. Like, you can see how much I love Ravens because we picked the PNG model as a Raven too. See, it looks so good. We even have hats. See, it's so cool. So with the introduction of these Ravens, they introduced a lot of new strategic elements. This is the moment for a caw. Caw, caw, caw. Happy now? Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so going back to topic, we will talk more about Ravens. So with these moving creatures, we have introduced a lot of new strategic elements. So with the addition of Ravens, we were able to give a way to check your surrounding area with vision, and we also made bats. And bats were also able to give fixed and narrow vision on specific spots on the map too. And with the addition of a new wild animal that can give cameras and drones, we also made them more accessible to players across the board as well. So with these adjustments, we believe that we were able to make the vision system more refined and more approachable compared to previous seasons. And yeah, it's something that we will really... Yeah, something that is more accessible than the previous seasons. And using cameras are now easier than ever. Okay, we'll talk about some more small mechanics now. So we had the wild animal material drops as well. We believe that this was a very nice addition. It's not something big, but when it happens, it really makes me feel good. Like, I don't need to farm that additional box just to get that one item because I got lucky on a wild animal. I believe it's just like a feel-good mechanic that can happen sometimes. We also saw a lot of improvements to farming as well. So we believe that these are small, you don't really notice them, but like if we were to return to the old system, it would feel really bad. So with the introduction of like these improvements, we were able to increase the speed of farming a lot. It has really significantly increased. We also made making legendary recipes much more easier, so it becomes much more easier to manage your inventory and maybe use less credits when you have to craft a specific item. And yeah, it made it much easier to upgrade your items as well. The cost reduction for remote Ronins also made it more accessible to use the feature rather than bleeding a lot of credits just because you forgot that one item. And yeah, we believe that it has provided more flexibility in crafting stuff overall. Also, the new materials have also been well integrated into the gameplay too, and we believe that everyone is using them in a really good fashion right now. So we're really happy with all of these changes, and we're really happy that it has improved the farming experience overall. Yep, this one is also a very feel-good mechanic. The checkmate system was added, and we believe that this one we can really proudly say that this one only brings benefits. The feel-good emotion of getting that decisive win now feels even better with the checkmate edition. So we hope that everyone gets that W today and they're happy with getting the checkmate. We also saw the introduction of the dance hotkey. This one was asked like throughout seasons. Like, I believe that it was asked like over years. and we were finally able to add it during season 6. And we were really happy that everyone enjoyed the dancing on inside the briefing room. And with the addition of new with the token skin dances and the new soundtracks, we believe that we made a party out of every briefing room, and we're really happy to see that. Like, I know it's just a moment of fun that we can see inside Eternal Return, like just pure fun. And we're really happy that just a small addition can bring such a positive gameplay experience. So yeah, we're really happy with this one. Okay, so we will move on to a bit of a more other improvements. In season 6, we included several changes to enhance gameplay quality overall and improve user experience too. We added the credit system adjustments, which means that we included the credit items, allowing players to acquire credits in a new way, and they can also be a bit of a distribution among the team as well. We also changed the assist credit reduction to prevent split farming to become too much of a dominant strategy. And so far, we believe it's working on a reasonable level. So we're currently happy with it now, but we'll see what tweaks we can do later on too. We also saw a lot of improvements to our ping system as well. We improved the pings on objectives, making team communication much smoother than before. We also tweaked a lot of the long-range pings for better directional awareness. And yeah, this one is actually really big. I really like this one a lot. We added the CCTV range indicators, which replaced the need to memorize all of the ranges for the CCTV. And yeah, we believe that this actually gives a lot of key information for players. And yeah, we want to improve on this feature overall. So in season 7, will also be adding a option so we believe that this system is something that is both sometimes I believe it's very helpful, but sometimes it can kind of clog the screen as well. So we are gonna add a option to keep it permanently off and on to see how players can tweak it and do it as they see fit, as like their their preference. Yeah, their preference. I was finding that word. Okay. Honestly, I think it's a really good improvement seeing all of the CCTV ranges. I still step on CCTVs even if the range is there, and my squad partner always does that. You stepped on it again, but I know. I think it helps. Like, at least I'm doing it less, so it's all good. Okay, we also had the pathing adjustments to address issues where clicking on walls and structures led to unintended movement. I actually saw a lot of feedback on this, like time to time on the Discord as well. And we do believe that this one was pretty good. While this didn't resolve all of the cases, we believe that the overall feedback has been positive. And yeah, it was a really improvement over notable seasons. Yep. And we also had a lot of the UI enhancements for crafting as well. We improved the item filtering feature, making it more easier to find items based on their stats and effects. And we also iconized the categories to allow more items to be displayed as ones too. We also included the special material filters to make it more convenient to locate certain items. And yeah, we believe that these are small improvements to the UI, but we believe it definitely would have helped someone else. Game would become a 10 out of 10 if Naja would tell me to get better in the main menu after a loss streak. You know what? We should put this on the board. Yeah, we're writing this on the board. We'll see what happens. Okay, going back to improvements. Let's talk more about some of the improvements that we added this season. We also had the sound volume separation, which was also a feature that was requested, and it was kind of delayed during the season. But yeah, we're really happy that it has been implemented as well. So we do believe that these quality of life updates are kind of small. Like they're not something that you would see like normally or feel normally, but we believe that this has really improved the gameplay experience behind the scenes overall, and we will be continue pushing small changes to the systems in future updates to give a more better experience overall too. just like the Naja get better quote. Like, we should put that on the board. Let's see. Okay, let's move on. Okay, this one was also a big feature that was added mid-season. It was the Union Circuit, and it was a bit wonky. The start was a bit wonky in global regions, but we do believe that it brings the potential of a kind of a different competitive environment, and we really hope that it's something that we can expand on it further. And so we really thank everyone that participated in the Union beta. It was really fun seeing some of the streams on the global regions too, playing Union. And yeah, we really want to try and expand on the experience as well. So we do have some improvements planned this season for the mode as well, and we'll see how it goes. Okay, now the guide system. This one was introduced as a new beginner-friendly content designed to help new players understand the game, the game and the core mechanics of Eternal Return. And yeah, usually learning Eternal Return was really hard because the basics, although the basics are kind of the same, the overall game flow and all of this stuff is very different from other games. So it was really like a high ceiling if you wanted to try and get into Eternal Return. But we do believe that with the introduction of the new guide system, it is really something that could help players better understand, like visually understand easier to learn the overall gameplay flow. And yeah, we were really happy about it because usually updating the tutorial is really hard for us because it really takes a lot of our resources. And so it's a very resource intensive issue, and it's really challenging to update regularly, but it's also another issue because Eternal Return is a game that is like always revamped every 3 months with our huge updates every season. So it is really hard for us to update the tutorial due to it using too much resources to revamp once, but then again, our game changes every season. So it was always a big dilemma for us, but we believe that with the introduction of the guide system, it's something that really can help the beginners. It is one of the first steps that we want to try and help the beginners settle better into Eternal Return. So yeah, it's something that we're really happy about. And we looked at the feedback, and we believe that both of the Korean and the global players have responded very positively to the addition. And yeah, we hope that this gives a lot of our help to our new survivors settling into the world of Eternal Return. Okay, I think that's all of the stuff that we will be able to talk about the new additions of Season 6. So we will move on to the kind of the nit and grit of this part of the stream. We will talk about the Season 6 issues. Yeah, so we've taken a look at all of the new features and improvements introduced in Season 6 so far. And now we'll talk about some of the issues that arose this season, and we'll discuss how we plan to address them moving forward. We're going to have a deep look inside the in-game mechanics of the current Eternal Return and their impact on player experience. And while it may seem a bit technical, we hope that these will give at least an idea of how we see the game and how we plan to improve it. Okay, so with that being said, let's just go over a recap of what happened in Season 6 and in terms of numbers. So yeah, I'm sure everyone sees the numbers, and overall it was a decrease this season. So is Season 6 a disappointing one? We believe yes. Compared to the previous season, we saw a decline, and it's a really downer because we've been on quite of an increased streak over recently, and we had a very big Season 5 as well. So we want to say that yes, it was a decrease and it was kind of disappointing, but we do want to talk about how we want to fix things, and we want to thoroughly analyze what went wrong this season. So let's talk about each region specifically. For Korea, the average player count dropped about 4.5% compared to last season. And it's not ideal, but we do believe that a lot of the stuff that we have to take into consideration is the last season as well, because with the season 5 was the lucky, the bunny girl season, and it was actually one of our most popular releases ever. And yeah, we saw a very huge increase then. So compared to that, we believe that the decline wasn't as drastic as expected. It is a decline. We're not happy with it. We're not saying that, like, we're not trying to excuse, but compared to last season, we believe that has somewhat may have impacted it. And global decline. Global decline was a bit steeper than Korea because last season we actually saw a lot of significant international growth, and we believe that this was both boosted by the hype from the bunny girl skins, and we also had a big addition of the automatic translation system, and this really helped a lot of our players in the global side try and settle into Eternal Return as well. But yep, we will not cut corners and try and sugarcoat it. We have saw decreases in international engagement, and we also had a lot of external issues too with this one because during this season we saw the release of many big games. So looking at the numbers, we believe that the biggest releases that coincided with our decrease was, first of all, Marvel Rivals, which was a very big release and a very good game as well. And it really was quite impactful over the gaming industry. And yeah, that has greatly impacted us. Something that also impacted us was this one is kind of strange, but yeah, the Path of Exile's new expansion also impacted us and yeah, it was a different one, but we believe that it was also a very good expansion too. So maybe players wanted to check it out as well. And most recently, I know everyone knows what it is. We have saw the release of one of the biggest games that came out this year. Monster Hunter Wilds was a big game that released this season as well. And yeah, it was a big hit, and it is also a great game. So with these great games releasing this season, we have saw drops in international engagement. And we do want to say that we don't want to make an excuse. New games are constantly releasing, and we believe that successful seasons should always be able to retain players regardless of our competition. And yeah, but we're just really, I don't know, we're just really down because we saw very significant international growth last season, and dips in these growths means that we will have more matchmaking issues, especially in the casual player pool for our global servers. And we believe that this one is something that really negatively impacts the overall player experience. And yeah, it makes a lot of the other issues inside Eternal Return kind of look more. So yeah, we'll talk a bit more about this. So yeah, after 3 consecutive seasons of growth since season 3, we believe that the decline in season 6 is kind of disappointing. However, like, we have gotten a lot of feedback about like maybe we're doing too much features of season 6, but we do believe that this is a very hard topic for us, because if we think the game would have been better off without all of these features, we don't really think so. Because if we see, in season 2, we had the least amount of new features, and we saw a big drop, which was almost a 30% average player drop. And it is not a significant drop like this at all, like in this season. So we do believe that season 6 was not as successful as season 5, but we do believe it is at least better than not doing no new content at all. So we do believe that trying these new features and trying to improve the game is definitely something that we want to do, and we believe that it will help in the long run. So yeah, this season had kind of a strange content feel, because we spent a lot of time tweaking the main features like secret labs and VLS more than the other previous seasons. And yeah, we believe that this would also have impacted making season 6 a less exciting season overall, which also would have impacted to the decline too. Okay, so we also want to talk more about the global side, and we want to give a more clear clearer idea of where we see the global side as of now. So yeah, so when we approach the global side, we will have to approach it from different regions, because when we move to the global side, like not all region has the same situation. So we'll try and see what we can talk about. Okay, so we'll start with some good news. The first good news is coming from SCA, and we have some good news. We will finally be opening a new server because of long-standing ping issues, and this one is a bit of a downer. I know a lot of players expected it to be in Singapore, but we ran a lot of the numbers. But like even if we put it there, it seems like it would not optimally reach all of the Southeast Asia countries, and we also had to work with we have to work and coordinate with a lot of our publishing partners as well. So we looked at a lot of our options, and we have decided the new server to be stationed in Hong Kong like before. So it is essentially a reopening of the previous Asia 2 server, which will now be called Asia 3. And we know that it's not something that would be ideal, but we believe that with this introduction, we will be able to give a much more better experience overall. It took a long time, but yeah, we thank all of our SCA players that I'm sorry, my throat is saying that waited a long time for the server. And yeah, we believe that the open is imminent. It is coming really soon, and we hope that this change would improve a lot of the experience for the SCA players. And yeah, thank you all for playing throughout season 6 too, and we hope that we can bring a new experience with a new server, hopefully in season 7. Okay, now let's move on to the West. Okay, now the West is always a very hard topic for us. It is quite a hard one. So this season, as we said in our last live stream, we ran our first ever internally funded advertisements for both NA and EU, and we actually had some great streams. We had, for the EU side, we had Dalukart, Token, and our own ER partner, Smug Dragon, had a great stream for the German side. And for the NA side, we had a great stream also with Soju, Frankie Doodle, and Cascross, which also did a very good, awesome job for NA. And we do believe that the streams are great. They honestly, we monitored it. It didn't feel robotic. The vibes were fantastic. And we believe that the German stream in particular had one of the best atmospheres we ever had for an ad. But here's the issue. It is really hard. Like we'll just come straight. Like even though the streams went really well, we believe that they were one of the best ads that we did. The issue is that they just don't really translate into new players. When we look at the numbers after the streams, the NRU, which means new registered users, was really low. It was really low despite high viewer counts and an overall very positive reaction from the streamer and the audience. And yeah, it really gives you the idea that maybe we should just do more streams. Like maybe we're just doing less and we should try and do more stuff. But yeah, here's it's kind of a reality check for all of us, but like it's really hard. So marketing in the West is, we will just put it's insanely expensive for us. And even at the smallest scale of doing advertisements, it really puts us at a really huge financial risk for us. And there's also really no proven track record that it would bring in the numbers that we would need to make it worth it in spending a lot of money. And we've also seen some recent games that have recently released that spend massive amounts of money on Western marketing, and they still fail to retain players. And these are with budgets that honestly we could only dream of. And there's also the issue of manpower for us too. And manpower is a really recurring issue for us because right now we just don't have the resources to dedicate staff to individual servers. So as you know, you can see me on multiple servers at multiple Discord servers, talking with multiple people all around the world. I love it, but it is a really hard thing for us because both me and all of the other teams looking at the global side right now inside Nimbo Neuron are juggling multiple servers at once, and even handling a lot of the basic groundwork that we need to do in maintaining these servers. It takes is a huge amount of time for us to use, and it is really hard for us to plan more outside of our current work to doing. So yeah, it is hard. It's not great, and it sounds a lot of doom and gloom, but like honestly, I want to say, and I know you all know me, it does not mean that we're giving up on the West. It just means that we will keep trying new ways until we find something that works. So here's what's coming next. We will move on to the happy side now. Okay, so technically speaking, the biggest issue in the West currently is we believe it's the new player matchmaking. So in order to get good retention, we would have to provide a good new player experience for our players signing in. And we do want to say, despite popular belief, there is actually a separate queue for new players. The issue is that the queues are quite long, and also our bots aren't that good as well. So it really brings us into a dilemma, seeing that do we have to keep the separate queue for new players to at least get protected by getting streamrolled by the other players, or is at least playing a game better for the new players? It is a really hard dilemma for us, and we are experimenting it internally, and we have been experimenting it throughout the seasons that we had. And yeah, but the overall experience isn't great either way. Okay, so what's the plan for the new player experience? We've recently entered we've been working hard with an AI specialized company to conduct a total rework for the ER bot mechanic, the ER bot AI, through machine learning technology. And we believe that if we get this right, we will be able to massively improve the early player experience, because we will be able to put in a very high quality of bots inside the new player experience to at least let them learn the game well and don't get at least long queue times. And currently, we believe it's going well. And yeah, we believe that if it goes well, we will be able to increase the queue quality in general more. And we can't give a lot more details, but we'll talk a bit more about this later on today as well. And also, we want to give some more good news on the non-technical side too. I don't know if you saw our Twitter and all of that stuff, we are finally making new moves on social media too. The reason this is possible is because we've recently just increased manpower with the addition of Raven 1, as you saw at the start of the stream. So, and yeah, and with this addition of new manpower, we will also get new ways and new time to try and get attention beyond just our operations that we're doing. And as you can see, we've also partnered with one of our amazing content creators, Snippy, which will be creating content that we can able to garner more viral attention for the game as well. And we will be able to use these content throughout our social media too, to see if we can get more attention. And we also hope to work with other amazing creators down the road too. So yeah, we are expanding our borders. And finally, and there is also a big reason why we want to grow our social presence, and we are improving more on these aspects, because this one is actually a pretty big one. I'm sure some of you have already heard the news, because once we finally announce the details of our upcoming collabs, the ones that we kind of teased in our last step stream too, we want to make sure that they get the attention that they deserve when we are able to give that information, because we believe that what we're working on right now really has some potential to get a lot of attention, the things that we are currently preparing. So yeah, so we talked a bit about our situation, and we talked about some of the improvements that we want to do. So we will be we will be wrapping up this part of the dip stream. So we just want to say that at the end of the day, we are still kind of a indie company. It's kind of a meme. We're still an indie company. We still have low resources and manpower. And this is more especially for the large global operation at hand too. And we are really sorry for all of our players that have faced issues because of that with like matchmaking and all of that stuff. We are really sorry that the gameplay experience that we are giving is not ideal. It's something that we're really sorry every day. And we are really thankful that throughout the years that a lot of our players have stuck through us. Like even with a lot of bad stuff happening outside our game, like with the release of very good competition outside the game, we have really dedicated players that have stayed throughout the game with us, and we are really happy that at least we are giving a lot of fun to our players, and the players are trusting us in making a better game. So we do not take our community for granted, and we always want to give a better experience. And yeah, we just want to say thank you guys for playing our game and being with us today. And hopefully, with the things that we're preparing, we can finally make up to the expectations you have for us. And yeah, we are still here. We are still standing. And honestly, with the gaming industry situation that is happening right now all over the world, we believe that the idea of just us being able to say that we're surviving and we're growing, and with each season we're improving, it is a very thankful and great. It's just a great situation for us. It's just a very hard thing to do in this current situation, and we're just really thankful that we are still in this situation, like over the years of early access and release. So we're really happy. And yeah, with the new seasons, we are very hopeful in making Eternal Return a true success. So yeah, we hope that in the next season, the next season, next year, we will be able to give you more better news. And yeah, speaking of good news, we have another good news that we want to give. Ending this section on a high note, we have finally managed to secure a version number in China, which means that we will be officially allowed to service the game there as well. And we're still in the early stages of seeing what we'll be able to do, but we believe that it is a huge step forward for us, and we're very excited to see how it goes too. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. We are still very hopeful in making Eternal Return the game it was always meant to be. And yeah, thank you all for sticking. And yeah, caw if thankful. Caw, thank you guys. Okay, I think that's enough of the things for now. Now we'll move on to a more in-depth, deep gameplay dive of Season 6 issues. Okay, so yeah, we'll go back to the bit of a more nitty-gritty in-game gameplay deep dive, technical stuff. Okay, so we believe there were a lot of issues with the stuff that happened with the transition of Season 5 to Season 6. So VLS especially had a very rough start. A lot of players were kind of unhappy about how unpolished it felt at launch. And yeah, there were a lot of problems during the preseason. And while we did make a lot of improvements to it during the regular season, and we tried to re-add the hyperloops, as we said, we tried to tweak the controls, we adjusted the distance, fixing visuals, blah, blah, blah. We do think that first impressions is a big thing, that first impressions are something that is really something we can't really change. And we do think if we were able to make these changes at the start, VLS would have been much better received. And yeah, that is honestly on us. It was the wrong call for us to pull the trigger on VLS too early before we thought it was truly ready. And yeah, this should be fine for now. We'll fix it next patch. Kind of mindset we believe was a big hit to the feature, and a late fix we believe can't undo a bad first impression. So yeah, we will try and see if we can nail a lot of the stuff from the start for future stuff, and yeah, see how we can improve from this experience. But yeah, that being said, we do believe VLS is in a much better situation right now compared to when it first launched. Some people still dislike it, but we do believe it also has fixed a lot of the issues that Hyperloop had as well. Usually Hyperloops would be able to take you across the map instantly, making it really impossible to predict the movements of teams. And you could either get third-partied because of it or get third-partied after using it. So it's really random. It's just like pure luck. And we believe that with the introduction of VLS, it really cut a lot down on that randomness feature. And yeah, so as the season moved on to the second half, we believe that most of the feedback was less about VLS, and it moved more on kind of the ABC factor of the game. And we'll talk about that next slide. Okay, so the biggest issue, so ABC is directly, like, it is related to the density and positioning of the map. It is something that happens because of this. So yeah, so we believe that one of the biggest issues in Season 6 were because of player density and distribution among areas. So what would happen is that in Season 6, most of the areas would be completely empty, while others would feel like a war zone with multiple teams constantly running into each other. And so if you see this map right here is a example from the Phase 2 Masters Finals. You can see that some of the maps are like completely empty, while like there are a lot of teams like converging on the same parts of the map here. And yeah, the issue with this being a huge clump of teams all fighting in one section of the map while other areas remain wide open, it can really cause a lot of frustration on one side due to meeting too many teams, while on the other side, it just creates boredom because like you aren't able to meet any teams because they're all on the other side. So it's really a bad experience for both parts of the map. And we believe that the biggest issue that made this happen was the removal of battle zones. So back when battle zones exists, what would happen is when you lose a fight, the team that lost would naturally reposition into a different part of the map. It would most likely be a less contested area. And the issue with that is that now battle zones don't exist. So this doesn't really happen anymore. Losing a fight means you're just more likely to run into the same team again. And this just kind of leads to more frustration due to repeat engagements. I'm sorry. Yeah, so the removal also brought so while we were introducing the removal of battle zones, it also brought the redesignation of restricted areas being sped up. This also meant less safe space, and objectives were spawned more closely to each other. This means more of the teams will be forced to meet with each other, and this means they would collide, and they would collide a lot. And yeah, this is something that we believe that it would be something that would cause a lot of frustration. And the original idea of us trying to solve this situation before the season happened was utilizing the secret lab, which was originally supposed to be a tool to make like teams reposition strategically. But the issue is that we had to remove the ability to scout enemy locations when you are exiting through the Hyperloop. Because it was a bit too powerful. And without that ability, it just made Secret Labs kind of a less mechanic than what we planned initially. So it just made the whole experience kind of downgraded overall. And yeah, so here is something. So with these issues present right now in the game, we do want to kind of introduce more stuff that we want to show on how to improve the situations that are happening. So yeah, in Season 7, one of the first introductions we're doing to try and solve these density issues is that we will be opening the research center to not be a restricted zone. So as you can see on the map here, the research center is now going to be open. And some people would ask, wait, is this a big deal? It doesn't seem that big. But honestly, it is. I believe it is a very big change to Eternal Return, because this is the first time the research center has been opening, and it is a very big, I would say, lore change as well. And when it was closed, it would usually make the map in kind of like a donut. It would kind of make it like a donut shape, where everyone is kind of funneled around the edges instead of having natural movement throughout the middle. And yeah, so with the research center closed, it does look like a circular map, but when you're actually navigating Lumia Island, it really feels like there's a lot of straight paths and like there's a lot of dead ends you can end on when you're navigating these areas. And as the safe zones get smaller, it really gets worse, especially with how we changed how the redesignations of the restricted zones worked in Season 6. So it would be really hard to move around the map. And let's give an example. So let's say you're moving from school to cemetery. Most of the time, you only have one path if you're walking. You would have to like walk through forest to chapel, or you would have to use the VLS to fly over the research center and burn a lot of timer just to make this rotation. And while high-tier players usually try and utilize their timer well, like a resource, for most players, like burning your timer doesn't really feel right, I would say, and it isn't a very good experience for them. So it feels really limiting moving around the map, and it really made it harder to move dynamically. So we believe that this change to the research center will allow a lot of dynamic movement throughout the map. So yeah, this will bring better rotations. We believe it will bring fewer dead ends, and overall, hopefully, a more balanced player spread all across the map too. VLS paths will also be more flexible, especially for long destinations that need extra jumps. And yeah, we believe that this would improve the overall flow of matches as well. And especially as the game transitions into the mid and late game fights, we believe that this will be a huge change that will impact how the game plays out. Okay, and yeah, this one is also a new mechanic that we're bringing into Season 7, which is going to be the elimination prevention. So we hope that this one would solve some of the problems that we currently have in Eternal Return, and we'll go into more in-depth of how it will affect early game fights and farming. So we're going to talk about more about this later, but we currently in this section, we want to focus on the density and team redistribution stuff, how it will help these issues. So with this feature in the early game, even if your team is wiped, you will now be able to respawn together with a chance of a complete relocation of your team and a complete reset of your plan. So we believe that this will lower player density in certain areas and reduce the frustration of fighting teams repetitively, because they will be able to relocate into different parts of the maps after they are wiped. And yeah, it gives you a real chance to try and pivot, regroup, and make a new game plan after being wiped, rather than just ending and just like getting the experience of getting steamrolled by the same team. So with this new relocation thing added, we believe that it would be able to at least alleviate stuff that is happening with the team distribution across the map and the density stuff. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. And we'll go into a bit more detail when we're talking about this later in the depth stream. Okay, so we also want to give more of an idea about how macro in Lumia Island works. So we believe Lumia Island, like Lumia Island Eternal Return, is kind of compared to a game of musical chairs. So what would happen is that there are a lot of chairs across Lumia Island in terms of zones. So you would see how many areas can your team secure and farm, and with this farm, how well can you contest objectives, and then it comes down to the micro on how you can actually win the fight. We believe that in Season 5, there were a lot more viable strategies where you can contest objectives, or you can split and farm more safely. Like, there are a lot of other strategies that you can try out. But in Season 6, with the changes coming in, split strategies became much less effective. And sometimes if you fail to secure the objectives, you are slowly pushed out of the game. And we we do not want to make splitting like the dominant strategy of Eternal Return, so we don't want to make it too strong. But with the removal of certain strategies, it meant that there were simply too many players and not enough chairs or objectives or zones inside the map. And this increased in a lot of the ABC scenarios where multiple teams are kind of forced into one small space just to fight for survival. And with season 7, we hope that we will be able to bring better changes with the changes that we're bringing here. So what we want to do is that we will first want to make more breathing room across the map. We want to reduce the number of restricted zones in Night 2 and Day 3, allowing for more space to move and farm throughout Lumia Island. And we also want to increase the number of objectives. Alphas and Omegas will both be increased by 1 each, creating more opportunities to contest and grow rather than all of the other teams fighting across a small amount of objectives. There will be more things to fight for, so gradually the teams would spread out more. We will also be increasing the mid-game phase, which means that the competition for objectives will be less punishing. And yeah, we'll be spreading out fights and preventing constant team collisions. So yeah, we believe that with this, we will be able to ease kind of the pressure of the early game eliminations, while also we want to keep objective fights kind of impactful and rewarding, and hopefully we will be able to spread more teams across the map. Okay. Yeah, we also wanted to talk more about the improvements that we're bringing to VLS. So at higher ranks, players have gotten more better at utilizing the VLS, but in the lower and mid ranks, players are still kind of figuring out how to use the VLS. And usually this happens to me a lot, but like sometimes players can tell that they have to VLS, but when the team gathers around the VLS, no one really wants to take the responsibility of being the jump master. So we believe that this is just like kind of a weird experience that can happen in Eternal Return. So yeah, so we do believe that one of the biggest challenges when using VLS is that it is kind of hard to really see how far the VLS can take you. So we will be making 2 key improvements coming into Season 7 with the VLS. The first one is that we will be adding the max travel distance display when you're using the VLS. You will be able to see how far you're going, and which will make strategic movement planning your strategic moves much more easier, and you will kind of help players decide whether to turn or go somewhere else while you're inside the VLS. We will also be using a vision timing indicator, which means that usually when you're very high up in the sky, you see the vision on the zone. But as you approach the ground, you'll be able to get vision. But this really didn't really show you when it shows the vision. Like the kind of timing was it wasn't that clear on when you will get vision. So what we did is we added a small circle. If you can see here when they're landing, there is a more smaller circle that the circle hits and it changes color. So this will show you when exactly you will get the vision and landing in zones, which we will believe that it will be able to give players less experience getting kind of thinking when we will get vision. And yeah, it will just help them as a quality of life kind of thing. And yeah, I'm sorry, I'm dying. Okay, we'll also be addressing a lot of the stuff that will be happening in VLS. So I think there's also a very big issue about when flying over restricted zones, you kind of not know how many timer your team has, and when you're flying over a long restricted area, sometimes your teammate would just die because of no timer, and that is it's just very awkward for both parties. So what we want to do to fix this is that we will be adding in a UI display for each teammate's restricted zone counter and gadgets, which means you will be able to see your teammates' timer and gadgets. So we believe that this will help a lot of the teams make better tactical decisions. And yeah, it will be able to be easier to see, like, it would make a lot of the awkward situations happen less. And yeah, just give a lot more information about your team when you're playing Eternal Return. And yeah, you'll also be able to better utilize the right gadgets at the right time as well. So yep, they are some of the emergency measures that we're kind of putting in Season 7 to quickly address density and positioning issues. And we hope that with the addition of more features, we will be able to make the situation much better as well. They're not the most elegant solutions, but yeah, the goal is to implement what's needed right now to alleviate the current issues. Okay, before we move on, I'm going to get some water real quick. It's going to take like 10 seconds. Just a sec.
He has to get his stamina back real quick.
OMG, Windy 2. Windy 2 ASMR. Isn't his voice so cool? I know, right? Okay, now we will move on. Let's see. Oh, now we will move into the elegant solution that we want to try and solve all the issues that currently helping now. It's a bit different thing than what we would usually do. We wouldn't usually just show you a Season 8 feature right away, but we do believe that the thing that we're showing here right now is something that's related to the issues that we're talking right now. So what we want to do ultimately to improve the situations that are happening now is the rift system, which is basically a new and improved battle zone system. So yeah, the RIP system will basically merge the VLS, secret labs, and battle zones all into one seamless mechanic. So the lore behind it is that anomalies are happening on Lumia Island, and yeah, there are these strange rifts happening all over Lumia Island. We'll have to see on Season 8 what they are exactly. And yeah, we believe that this rift system is our ultimate solution to try and solve the density and positioning issues. So we have two things that is happening. The first one is the spatial rift, which is gonna be a 3v3 closed team battle zone for 2 teams only. So what's gonna happen is that 2 spatial rifts will appear on Lumia Island, where each can be only entered by 1 team. So basically only 2 teams can enter 1 spatial rift. They will be transported to a reworked secret lab designed specifically for 3v3 combat. And the winning team will get a reward and exit back to where they entered, while the losing team, if they're still in the revival phase, they will be able to respawn, just like the old battle zone system. And yeah, we believe that this will create a good 3v3 environment that was pretty good when the battle zone still existed, when it was all just 2 teams. We will be able to get that. And yeah, we will also be able to get the repositioning factor from the battle zone as well. And with this update, we will be removing secret labs, as this will be replacing the system, except for Gamma Lab, which will remain. And yeah, we believe that this is a big mechanic that we will be solving with the introduction. We will be able to solve a lot of the density problems. And there is another version of the Rift too. The second one is gonna be the turbulence system. So turbulences will occur randomly in certain areas and last until the next day or night shift. So what would happen is when a player moves near the turbulence, they will be sucked in and ejected from an airborne exit point above the research center, so right in the middle. And they will be able to freely glide to their desired location, just like with the VLS. So it's basically a centered VLS that you can use with entering the rift. And yeah, this will also give you another way to move across the island more freely and hopefully solve a lot of the density issues. So yeah, we believe that with these additions, we will be able to keep the strategic benefits of battle zones and provide a better replacement for secret labs, which is kind of in a weird position right now, and also enhance the VLS. It will give a good VLS experience for long distance movement as well. So these changes are coming in Season 8, but we do believe it's kind of correlated to the stuff we just talked about. So yeah, it gives a clearer idea of how we're approaching the current issues that are happening today. And we hope that in the next 3 to 6 months, we will be able to address a lot of those issues. And yeah, so I think we're going to be wrapping up a lot of the stuff that we went on, that we just talked about. So basically, Season 6 had major issues with density and team clustering, and because they weren't able to reposition properly, which led to crowding. So in Season 7, we will be expanding the playable area with adding the research center, becoming a safe zone. Restricted zones will be adjusted for more space. We will be adding the elimination prevention to give the team's chance to relocate after losing a fight. We will also be increasing the number of objectives at major team fighting timings so that teams could be more spread across in getting those objectives. And yeah, we hope that this will help a lot of the fights not just pile over the same area. And then in Season 8, we will be introducing our more ideal solution of the spatial rips, the whole rip system. And yeah, the 2 team enter, 1 team leaves mechanic with a repositional tool right on it with the strategic fun and strategic elements of battle zones. So we hope that you're kind of kind of excited of all of these new features that are coming up in our upcoming seasons, and hope that this will be able to kind of see what happens on Lumia Island, and we hope that we will be able to solve a lot of these issues. Yeah. Oh, also, I think you might be kind of like it could look a little weird because like we were kind of in a grounded situation, but now suddenly rips are appearing all over Lumia Island. Like it kind of feels like a kind of off in our lore situation, but we do want to give a kind of a lore explanation. So what we thought about the rips could be is that, let's say, the Aglia, the organization running the experience on Lumia Island, is, as you know, they are a very hyper-advanced technological powerhouse. They conduct all of these experiments, and like they can now like tear through like space and time. And so these rips are now a result of kind of a uncontrolled VF energy surge caused by their experience. So we do believe that it's not that far-fetched, and yeah, it is something that can actually bring new possibilities as well too. Because as we said before, in the future, we are going to have external collabs, and lore-wise, these rips, these anomalies, could be a bridge to kind of connect these unknown worlds to the world of Eternal Return. So yeah, gameplay-wise, we talked a bit about it more, and we'll release more information as we move on. But yeah, we believe that these lore implications are something that are also very exciting and something that we can think about when we think about our upcoming special events as well. Okay. So that being said, I think that is all for us talking about the density problem. So we'll talk about a few more about our changes for more of our changes, more of our issues, the other issues that happened in Season 6 before moving on to Season 7. Okay, now this one is also a very talked about topic throughout Eternal Return. It is the stamina, the SP feature of Eternal Return. So as you know, SP is a very it is a very solid feature that is like kind of used all over other games too. And even in our game, the SP, the stamina system, has existed ever since the solo era of Eternal Return. It is a old feature, and it was used a lot for searching, crafting, combat. Like everything you do on Eternal Return would use SP. But as we made the game more casual friendly, using stamina SP during the crafting play phase is kind of irrelevant right now. And it is nothing really more than a skill balancing tool right now. And yeah, although they are a common mechanic in many games and they could add depth if they're well designed, right now it is kind of in a weird spot. We considered ways to make it more meaningful, including like augments. We made more items regarding it, but there really is the question of like, why do only certain characters suffer from SP? Is this really a mechanic? We do think it is kind of it can give kind of a character identity. Like, let's say some characters trade higher SP usage for stronger combos. Like, it can give some sort of identity, but yeah, we agree that it is in a weird spot. So yeah, what we are currently leaning on is ultimately we are going to try choosing to remove it from Eternal Return. We are kind of leaning on that side. So because like in a battle royale situation like in Eternal Return, it is kind of really weird because like in team fights, sometimes a team that has already drained their stamina can immediately get third-partied with no counterplay. It feels really bad. So then you can say, oh, but there's drinks in Eternal Return. Like you can just drink drinks and get infinite SP. But now, like since drinks exist, it also now feels like a kind of a chore rather than a real mechanic. Like it is just there. If you run out of SP, you just drink a lot of drinks. And drinks are much more easy to get now. So if drinks are always available, like why do you even have this mechanic in the first place? It's kind of like a roadblock now. So yeah, what we are still leaning on kind of removing it. So what will happen in season 7? What will happen? So in season 7, we will be heavily reducing the emphasis on SP. We will be reducing SP usage overall on all characters, and we will also be giving higher region for SP for all characters as well. If there are no issues after us doing this, we will slowly be able to phase it out by rebalancing the other augments, the items, the other mechanics. We will slowly be able to phase it out. And yeah, in short, the SP system was something that was impactful early on in the game. Right now, it's not doing what it is supposed to do. And we will be trying to make it less and less relevant and maybe ultimately remove it overall to make the game smoother. Okay, that being said, we can move on. Okay, I think we can talk a bit more about the Union Circuit that was added in Season 6 as well. It was a highly anticipated, but it was also kindly, cautiously approached addition in Season 6. Because having more modes in Eternal Return wasn't always the best experience. Yeah, having a lot of queues is not always the best choice. And a lot of our other game modes, besides our current main mode, has struggled to sustain player interest. And considering the split in matchmaking, there were really like long concerns about its viability for Union 2. However, we do believe that our beta period for Union Circuit this season, it served as a valuable test, at least as a time-limited mode. And it allowed us to get a lot of critical data and insights for how we want to move on throughout in future iterations. Yeah, because we believe Union Circuit does give a very good experience. Like it brings a very different experience because it provides a more intense and strategic team play environment compared to the other modes. So yeah, because it is only exclusive to pre-made teams. But yeah, it also had a lot of issues as well through this beta period too. We do want to talk about some of these issues here. So what happened is that, firstly, there were a lot of matchmaking queue issues at higher tiers, which led to a lot of long queues, even in servers that were very highly populated. So I know it was more severe than like some of our global servers were severe than the more populated servers, but the issue was that even the most populated servers had matchmaking queue time issues in higher tiers. And also another issue that arose was the lower tiers ended up being much stronger than expected. So like even though it would be like a D tier team, they would still be like a good team. So it didn't really give you the amount of leveled matchmaking, I would say, for our like kind of new players, our low tier players. So it made it very less accessible as a more casual mode too. And yeah, overall the average tier was kind of high. It was kind of higher than predicted, and it just affected matchmaking balance just across the board. And also, once players reached the highest tier, SSS, they really had no further incentive to continue playing, relating to a drop in engagement at the top level as well. we do want to try and enhance the matchmaking system to kind of cater to different skill levels and also introduce better rewards to encourage continued participation. Yeah, so we had a lot of issues with the beta phase, but overall, we believe as a first attempt, we gathered a lot of data out of it, and we have a lot of strong foundation for improvement in our future seasons. So we're looking very forward to refining the mode for our future iterations too. And yeah, so we do want to touch on some of the improvements we have planned for next season. So in season 7, we will be kind of switching up the tier divisions to see if we can give better matchmaking, while also widening it a bit to provide a more better experience in both queues and matchmaking as well. We also found the point-based system kind of confusing about like what does that number mean? I have no idea what's happening. Like it was kind of confusing, so we will be replacing it with a ticket-based system, like for the higher tiers. So it will make it much more easier to understand the promotion and demotion system and make progress much clearer. We will be also adding a ranking leaderboard for the triple S tier, because triple S will now be able to earn stars based on their victories, and yeah, they will be able to make triple S feel from a final stop to a more of a ongoing competitive challenge. So yeah, we believe that this will be able to give more reason to play it over the highest tier. And for the emotes, we will continuously be using a bit of a meme-based emote kind of rewards for Union Circuit. We believe it's really fun. And yeah, the whole reason of playing Union Circuit is like having fun with your teams, memeing around. So we believe it is a very good reward for the mode. And yeah, we did have some end of season issues occurring in Union Circuit because everyone wanted the reward that was very lately announced. So there was some mishaps that happened in the end of season unions. So originally what we wanted to do was require a single win for rewards. We thought that would be much better. But it would be due to the lower tiers being much better than we anticipated. We believe that the participation-based reward was much better, and it would also help a lot of our players in the global regions to get the rewards as well. So we want to try and revise the distribution overall and try and ensure a fairer but more meaningful achievement-based. We want to give it a more meaningful type of rewards later on. Yeah, and also Union Circuit is a side mode, so we do want to make the emotes much more well-distributed overall. So we will see how we'll be able to use these emotes in future events as well. Okay. Let's see. I think we have some more things. Okay, I think this is the last season 6 thing we wanted to talk about. This one was actually a big talking point for last season, which was the report system. And yeah, ever since the last time we talked about it, it was really one of our top priorities. We wanted to strengthen our enforcement efforts, and we can happily say we did have a very huge improvement over the last time we introduced this. We have shown a very big increase after the last step stream. As you can see, December, we have shown a lot of increase for punishments per month. So we're definitely improving, I would say. So overall, the number of enforced bans have been significantly increased. We have the introduction of the temporary suspensions had also made it for us to much easier to take action against these players. And yeah, we've also expanded our internal investigative team as well. So we were able to more effectively allow us to respond to different situations as well. So in December, we saw the highest number of punishments issued. And yeah, but the interesting part was that as we increased enforcement, the number of reports actually began to decline, because this was pretty interesting because we saw a decrease in total reports in February compared to December. But interestingly, our February, we had the highest detection rate so far. So as we detect and hold out more punishments, we are actually decreasing the number of reports as well. So we're really happy that we are moving in both ways. I think it is a clearer sign that we are improving on stuff that we are actually what we are actually doing. So yeah, we're really happy that we are doing it right now. So, and some more stats that we can probably give is that we had the highest number of reports that we got on September. And right now, compared to that peak, we have reduced reports coming in by a significant 1/3. So we believe that this is a clear indication to show that we are kind of having at least an improvement of what we are doing for detection. So yep, so I know that this is not ideal as much, and like not, at least not the most ideal situation, and our global regions are more affected by reports being done late. But yeah, we are very sorry that these situations happen, but we do want to say that we are trying to improve our report system overall. It is still a large number, and we still have to look at a lot of the stuff that's happening very thoroughly, because as we said before, sometimes the stuff happens in legal issues, and as a company, it is not that easy for us to just do stuff. So yeah, it is something that we would require to tell our players to say, please understand, and we will work our hardest to try and improve it. So yeah, basically the fight against players never ends, and there is still a lot more to do. So we will work season by season and hope that we can make a much cleaner Lumia Island. Yeah. Okay. I think that's enough for looking at our Season 6 issues, and now we can go inside one of the most anticipated part of the of the dev stream. We will be talking about what changes will be made in Season 7. Okay, so I think we introduced the big part of what we're going to do in Season 7 last dev stream too. One of the biggest difference we will be having in Season 7 is the total rework of how our phase transitions work. So honestly, we always classified the game as having kind of 3 main phases based on our resurrection, revive mechanics. So what we would have is that we would have the early game, which is the auto revive phase, which would happen until night 2. Then we would have the mid game phase, where it will happen until night 5, where you can revive by credits through either the kiosk or start by reviving through Lumi on day 5. And yeah, so you will be able to revive. There would be the credit revive phase for the mid game, but there is also the end game, which is there is no more revives other than the winning the temporary final zone. So yeah, there would happen these 3 main phases. But the issue with this is that although they do exist inside Eternal Return, they weren't as communicated well to the players, and they would just have to learn them naturally through just gameplay. So yeah, there were some indications through voice lines and all that stuff, but they were definitely not clear enough. So what we are going to do is that we will be distinctly classifying these stages as the early game, the opening phase, the mid game phase, and the end game phase, and we will be including a clear enhancements. Let's say, yeah, we will be introducing improved visual and audio cues for each phase transition, each transitioning phase, and to make them much more noticeable for all of the players that are playing the game. We believe that this clarity will actually bring significant shifts to how the players play throughout the different phases of the game, because they are much more aware of it now, and they can shift their gameplay styles based on what is happening right now. So, okay, we have some... So as we are changing this, we are also making major changes to the HUD as well. So our main goal is to make the casual players much more easily recognize these phase transitions. So yeah, basically we're going to make a lot of changes to make getting information much more clear through the main HUD. So first one, we will be introducing the phase indicator, which will mean that the top UI will now always display the current phase, making it instantly recognizable at any time which revive mechanic is currently active. And also, we will be adding objective timers to show and give 1-minute warnings for upcoming objectives to show that, to give more information that, like, even though it was available through pressing tab, we want to make these kind of informations more accessible to the players playing the game, so they can actively shift their playstyle based on the information they are currently seeing on the screen. So yeah, as objectives are becoming much more crucial in the mid game, we believe that these changes will just help players get more clarity throughout the high-paced and kind of stressful environment inside Lumia Island. We also have improved objective tracking through inside Lumia Island. We had made pinging objectives more dynamically update based on their status, and if an objective is taken, all players will be instantly notified. Also, we have moved the remaining teams and player count to the top right corner. We wanted to kind of free up space for the objective timer at the top of the stream. And since team count and rank points are also frequently checked together, we have tried to relocate them to allow for better information grouping overall. We do believe that these UI changes can feel a bit awkward at first, and personally for me, like, it felt a bit weird during testing too. But after getting used to it, we do believe that the improved information distribution, it felt overall much better, and yeah, it just gives you information much more clearer to utilize. And we hope that our players, when the HUD adjustment update drops, they would be able to feel it too. And yeah. We also want to give more information about our phase transitions. Let's see. About our visuals here. Oh. Okay, so as we said before, we're going to have new visual effects to clearly show the phase transitions, and we'll show you the video here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mm-hmm. So as you can see, when the phase transition occurs, there will be an on-screen effect that will play on the screen, which will clearly show that the gameplay has now shifted to a different phase. So it will be much more easier to see like what changed. So basically, you would stop dying at like when just about day 2 is ending. Like you would now know that the phase has now shifted into a different revive mechanic. So you'll be able to like more clearly adapt to that situation rather than like being too caught up in the chaos and just missing out on the phase transition. So yep, we believe that this will be a much more clear indication to all of our players. And yeah, there will also be a phase countdown timer, as you saw on the top side, that will be counting down. The timer will enlarge and display the time too. And we believe that it will provide more precise awareness as well. So overall, we believe that it will give you much more better recognition in real-time gameplay to show you what's happening on the phase transitions. Just a sec. Oh my God, it's lagging. I'm sorry, we're experiencing some technical difficulties. My computer just stopped. Oh, never mind.
We're just transitioning to the next phase.
Oh,
Just
it
give
seems
us
my
1 second.
my mouse stopped. Never mind. Oh, okay. Now it worked. See. Okay. It was all part of the plan. We were just transitioning into the next phase. Okay. Okay. Now let's look at the second visual here. Wait, it's the same visual. Yeah, wait, I think we put in the wrong visual. Oh, okay. Wait. Oh, I'm sorry. We're experiencing some... Oh, we put in the... Oh, yeah. We'll just move on. I'm sorry, guys. We had some technical difficulties. It is not a nimble. It's not a dev stream without a nimble moron moment. So we are so sorry about that, and we will just move on. Okay. No, it was the same video. Okay, we will move on. I am sorry. Okay. Pre-record blunder. See, we have these scripted events to show you that we are not pre-recorded. See, it's all good. It's all good. Okay, so we will move on to more information about our different phases. We want to first go on by introducing our opening phase. As we said before, we will be introducing the elimination prevention system inside the opening phase. So basically, there will be no terminates until night 2. Your number of deaths will... Oh. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so basically, your number of deaths will scale the respawn time, and if all members die, the respawn timer will increase by an additional amount. So let's say when respawn timers are equalized across all team members when they wipe. So the total respawn time of all members is averaged and applied equally, and there will be a 8-second penalty added to each team member upon full team elimination. So basically, you won't be able to jump straight into the battle even like when you're wiped, and you will have additional time to try and plan out what you're going to do next and hopefully reposition into another part of the map. So we hope that with these changes, teams will be able to choose to take more chaotic fight early, but with repeated full team deaths would slow down their growth significantly. So even if you are wiped and you have another chance, if you keep using those chances, it would significantly increase your timer. So it is not always the ideal, it is not always ideal to jump into the same fight straight again. It will basically just put you back. So with these mechanics, we hope that we will be able to, further try and solve the issues that we will be happening with density. And we wanted to increase respawn time a bit further for frequent deaths, but internal test seems like it was punishing enough for now, so we held up on that. So we'll continue to monitor feedback, like on the preseason and after the season launches. We will see if there are any adjustments are necessary, and we hope that this will be helpful. So with the change to the opening phase, it would basically bring it will be making first major objective fights more dynamic because they will now be able to do more all-in battles since there is no risk of immediate elimination. And with the increased respawn timer, they will be able to not respawn in the same place and rather reset into a new place because that would be more strategically better, while also removing the bad experience of just going fast at day 2. So I understand all of the kind of worries that are happening, but we do believe that it will be kind of an interesting mechanic that we'll be able to try out next season. So and other than this, we also have other changes to the opening phase as well. We also have, because with the elimination prevention in place, we will also be able to increase crafting speed. We will be able to reduce crafting speeds as well to make early game progression feel much more smoother. So what we have done is we made crafting for all equipment much more faster. So as you can see on the screen, sorry. As you can see, all of the crafting time for equipment has gone way down because we are now able to not go fast 8 early on. So we'll also be decreasing the time to craft meals as well. So you'll also be able to spend less time crafting your food too. So less time spent crafting means there are fewer moments where your team is split up, and that we believe that would bring a much more better experience to Eternal Return 2. And also, it is a very big change to the legendary equipment crafting as well, because usually after acquiring, like when you're calling in a kiosk or you just got a special material, players can now craft essential items that they need right away and immediately engage in fights rather than being caught unprepared very awkwardly And yeah, it's just a very awkward situation when you're just caught because you're crafting for a very long time. So we hope that this will make the we will make the overall pace of the game feel much more faster, and while making the fights feel more fluid and less punishing for players who need to gear up quickly as well. We will try it out, and yeah, we will gather a lot of feedback, and we will make adjustments accordingly as we do with every season. Okay. And yeah, as we said, we will also be opening up the research center for introduce more strategic movement options. And yeah, we will talk a bit more about the details that this will bring with the gameplay implications that this will bring inside the game as well. So we believe that with the opening of the safe zones for research centers, the utilization of jump pads on each corner, it will be much more easier to access, and it will make players navigating the island overall much more easier. And this will bring faster rotations, and it will also give you unexpected repositioning plays as well. We have also included small farmable Cobalt drones, allowing players to grab small resources while passing through rather than just making it a long way to walk. And we have also placed cubes inside the facility to make it a high-value path when cube respawn timings are aligned as well. You will also be getting a small bonus for using the research center too. We also considered adding kiosks to the research center too, but ultimately we are holding off on this after internal testing. But we will be monitoring live gameplay, and we are still kind of keeping it as something we can probably do in the future if necessary. So the research facility will be closed off. It will become a restricted zone again on day 5, which means that it will still open a lot of new strategies in taking Wickline, because Wickline appears on night 4. So basically, when she spawns, the research center will still be a safe zone. So we believe that this will open a lot of new possibilities and new gameplay changes to the game too. And yeah, we're very excited to see how our players will be able to utilize this as well. You'll also, VLS dropping inside the research center will also become a popular tactic, because the research center is just a great repositioning tool to go into different parts of the map. So we believe that the VLS dropping into the research center will probably be good for securing Wickline, ambush opponent, ambush other teams, or just reposition. We believe that this looks like a small change, but it will bring it will open up a lot of gameplay strategies. Okay, so we have also adjusted a lot of the gameplay mechanics that would kind of adjust the game flow that is happening in Season 6. And yeah, we hope that these will bring a better, smoother gameplay. The first one being up is that cubes will now spawn earlier at night 1 and is slightly stronger. So we hope that getting these cubes are more desired for than now, and they will be more impactful in early skirmishes too. And with the elimination prevention in place, having a bit of a more stronger effect isn't as punishing as for the opponent team as well. We also slightly reduced the restricted zone removals, which means that this will be expanding the space during the transition from opening to mid-game, allowing for more space to move into, and yeah, it will bring you more strategic movement options as well. And also, I know a lot of people are kind of worried about it. We are expecting a kind of increased kills, so we will be reducing some of the restricted zone timers, and we'll also be adjusting leveling throughout the game as well. We have also adjusted epic equipment to only require 4 materials to make crafting slightly easier for all of the epic gear. And yeah, and we also made it so that most starting points will ensure that even if you spawn in with 2 people for the same cluster, you'll be able to obtain most of the necessary materials without one being at a disadvantage. As we said before, we will also be introducing 1 additional alpha and 1 new omega to spawn in Lumia Island for each game, increasing more contestable objectives. We'll also be making food crafting a bit easier to make it so that it provides 3 servings for rare or lower rarity foods too. So you will get a bit more food when you're crafting your food as well. We hope that these adjustments feel the gameplay flow will be a bit more refined, allowing players to better strategize and better adapt throughout each phase of the game. We hope that it will make it a bit more smoother overall. Speaking of food, we are also introducing a new type of food to the game. We will be adding mushrooms to Lumia Island as a food source. So currently, you will be able to get potatoes and fish throughout the specific regions across Lumia Island. But usually, these are in only specific regions, so they are not always obtainable. But mushrooms are much more easier to gather across Lumia Island, and we believe that they will help balance food accessibility by covering areas without places that you'll be able to get potatoes or fish. So what would happen is that they would grow near campfires, allowing players to easily gather them and cook immediately when they are low on food. And yeah, they also have their enhanced counterpart as like the other food as well, so keep an eye on that as well. So yeah, with the mushrooms, we hope that the mental load of memorizing food locations will also decrease and will just make cooking easier and more intuitive for players across the board as well. A bit more changes to the food system. We will also be introducing a new gadget, which is the Hunter's Pot. This is a cooking exclusive gadget that is, when used on a campfire, campfire is later. So it can be used without a campfire too. So when you just use the gadget, you will be able to place a cauldron on the ground, and this will provide be able to provide food of an epic tier. So if you have a Hunter's Pot, you'll be able to get food anywhere at any time by just using the pot. It will be very easy to access. And also, if it is used near a campfire, it will place the pot on top of the fire and grant mythic tier food, Perpetual Soup, which has the highest healing in the game. So we believe that with the power of the healing these foods can provide, we believe that they will also be a gadget worthy of getting. And yeah, mentioning gadgets, we also made it so that gadgets are no longer looted from dead characters, and they will be kept upon revival. So managing gadgets strategically is now also more important than ever. We hope that the pot will give a new experience rather than the portable campfire that is currently available, while also keeping the functionality of crafting food on the spot. We want to give that special experience of being able to do that. Currently, we have assigned it to have a low chance of dropping from boars, a higher chance for mutated boars, and it's guaranteed at mutated boar camps. So yeah, those are the places where it will drop. And yeah, since it's best used near a campfire and the amount of quality food that it can produce, we believe that it would also make teams more, they will be more encouraged to go to campfires and start cooking foods together into the mid to late game as well. It will provide an extra layer of kind of a campfire happiness to the gameplay flow too. Each Hunter's Pot will provide 3 servings of soup. So please share with your team. Do not hog them all. And don't forget to thank your teammates when they place one. Season 7, we're adding shrooms and pot. Exactly. Okay, so this one is also a pretty fun feature that will be added to our mascot, Lumi. So Lumi has finally made enough credits to upgrade themselves, and they will be able to gain a new feature starting from this season. They will be opening a exchange shop for players. This will provide an exchange system for resources, allowing players to upgrade, trade, and even downgrade materials that you do not need. So the first part of this is Lumi will now offer free exchanges for specific items. So recon drones can be switched into EMP drones, and items like Truce and Modifier can be changed into Tree of Life. Or you can use your Crimson or Dawn mythic weapons that have already been sharded. You'll be able to separate the shard as well. Lumi will also offer equivalent changes as well, which include changing Tree of Life to Meteorite. You will also be able to change your Flare Gun R to Flare Gun B, and you'll also be able to change your gadgets, like let's say mobile kiosks to VLS devices. And also, Lumi will also need to save up for future updates and send their kids to college. So they will also be giving downgrade options for more flexible usage too, because everyone needs to make a profit. So materials such as blood samples or force cores can also be used to be downgraded to lower tier special materials to better be utilized either by teammates or to craft specific materials that would need a downgraded material. Mithril and tactical and Mithril stuff like Mithril can also be downgraded into tech models as well. Lumi will show like the whole thing to show you very easily what items will change into which. So you'll be able to use it in game too to see what items you will be able to change as well. Lumi will also accept certain items in exchange for credits, which can be extremely useful if you're very short on revival funds. So this includes loop key cards, tac modules, and legendary gear, legendary equipment that you can pick off the ground. So usually you would just throw your legendary equipment on the ground, but for other teams. But if you pick them up, now maybe you can go to Lumi and sell them and maybe get some more credits. So we believe that the new edition, the Lumi's exchange system, will give more players to visit Lumi and offer unique resource shifting mechanics. Also, Lumi will not run away no matter how many times you use this mechanic. So we believe that you'll be able to use these services as well. So we hope that you're all very excited to meet the all and improved Lumi, and hope to see them on Lumia Island. We're also bringing new enhanced weather effects. So now it's been 3 seasons since we kind of introduced the weathers and plant systems to Lumia Island. And with this season, we want to try and give functional upgrades to certain plants based on the weather. So what would happen is in clear weather, we would be enhancing Healing Spray into Healing Splatter, which will now drop additional healing fruits on the ground. And these would provide instant restoring HP. So it will be providing an additional source of recovering. In rainy weather, Glowing Flower will be enhanced to Lantern Bloom. Will now also reveal a wider area around them, like crows, while also providing the vision in the targeted direction too. In sandstorm weather, Sandy Mushroom will be enhanced to Sandrunner, which will increase movement speed when you're inside the smoke, increasing the power of ambush plays too. So yeah, this will actually bring a bit of a more strategic feel to engaging fights as well. We wanted to make the weather effects feel more meaningful and keep them more intuitive too. So instead of adding too much complexity, we wanted to make that these upgrades reinforce the current existing plant mechanics and probably make them more impactful and useful too. And yeah, we hope that you're very... Let's see what happens with these changes. Okay, also, before we say goodbye to Secret Labs, we don't just want to like leave them be, and we want to at least try and include some improvements so that they're at least more better to use in Season 7. So this is their last farewell improvements. So yeah. So as we said before, the Secret Lab was initially designed as kind of a place to take a breather. But yeah, we kind of underestimated the competitive nature of our players, because like what players would usually do is they would just send one person and they would just speed run the whole thing, and yeah, it was just like a kind of a bonus rather than like an actual resting place. So we will now change it to make it so that you can leave any lab immediately upon entering. You wouldn't have to like walk the whole way through. You would just need to get in, take what you need, and leave ASAP. And yeah, it would make doing secret labs much less of a chore. And now all secret labs will now include a kiosk, ensuring that you can always restock and prepare before heading back into battle. So this is a big plus. And also, when exiting a secret lab, a single safe zone will be marked on the map if available. This means that even if there are multiple safe zones, only one will be highlighted. but like having that one safe zone that you can potentially go to will help you avoid unlucky deaths right after leaving the secret lab. So yeah, it will not give you the whole information of the whole map, but it will at least stop situations where you go out and die immediately, and it's kind of awkward. So we hope that this change is kind of as we density and teams spreading across the map is a very big talking point of this step stream, and we hope that this will kind of help during season 7 in spreading out teams out more evenly, and with the inclusion of the other mechanics as well, and kind of reduce the risk of multiple squads just colliding after exiting. And yeah, we hope that this could bring a better experience for the Secret Labs overall in Season 7. And as Season 8 approach, we would be able to show you a much better experience with the rep system. And yeah, you're all very excited. Oh, now the next one is a pretty big one. We will be reworking the red boxes. So what will happen to Mythic supply boxes is that they will no longer provide Mythic equipment directly, and instead they will contain a selector for one of 4 equipment slots. So as you can see, you have your headpiece gear, you have your chest piece gear, you have your arm gear, and you have your boots. So now it will not just give you a item straight up. You will be able to choose, like you won't be able to choose the gear slot, but you will be able to choose what gear you would get inside those slots. We will also be introducing new Mythic gear, which will greatly enhance the roster of Mythic gear to have more choices. Also, tanks will have better item options overall too, instead of just having DPS-oriented gear. And also crit builds, which often feel awkward because the Mythic choices didn't really have crit choices, will also get new choices to make it fit better in their playstyle. And also, while touching on this subject, I am seeing give me my taproots, like no tanks. Like I'm seeing this. We do want to touch about this a bit because Mythic gear is a very strange system. Because usually many teams instinctively funnel the best gear into their main damage dealer, but it seems like this is not always optimal. This usually works if you in like very top tier gameplay or tournaments. Like let's say your marksman is like sad hands. Like it is much more effective, but it seems that like having all teammates scale equally is statistically a better strategy than just hard funneling. So maybe it might be better. You might be better. If your tank is kind of homeless, like if they don't have like a specific gear slot, maybe you want to give them the upgrade from an epic one to a mythic gear rather than just giving an additional upgrade from a legendary gear to a mythic gear for a damage dealer. Okay, just maybe. Food for thought. Just think about it. Sit on it. Maybe. Okay, so overall, more choices are all around. And we hope that the Mythic gear is a much more accessible part of the game now. We also wanted to show off the new gear that is going to be added for the Mythic gear pool. They're all really cool. Oh my god, look at these guys. Oh my god, they are absolutely beautiful. So to give more options for each slot, we will be adding 6 new Mythic items for Season 7. And if you just look at them, they all look very powerful. So keep an eye on the patch notes to find out what these items do. And we hope you're all excited for them and hope you will give them more to your tanks. Okay. Now we are also going to introduce some reworks for the item effects that we currently have inside the game as well. So we have a lot of improvements planned for each of these items. First off, we are going to make Biotic Infusion give the user an attack speed increase while it is charged to help skill amp characters with slow attack speed to use the effect. Also, Vigor will now work on wild animals and boss monsters. I see this feedback sometimes in the Discord too, and now it's finally working. Vigor will now work on animals. Okay, targeting pods activation has now also changed from basic attacks to any damage. So we believe that it will also make it more viable for more characters as well. we will also be adding the Awakening V2 effect to killer heals, which will give armor pen when the holder uses their ult as well, a special ability for a horse core item. Verdict and Vanguard will no longer have stat requirements too, but will have different numbers based on their melee or range, different numbers based on the holder being melee or ranged for balance. So yeah, no more stat requirements, so more easier thing to use. Maybe more build diversity too. I mean stat requirements. You do not need like the stat requirements to use the ability. We are not removing the ability. So it would be much more easier to use, I would say. So yeah. But we will have different numbers based on the melee or ranged for balance. Okay. Echoing Strike will also deal 300% damage to wild animals, giving it a big boost to farming, making it much more easier to farm those animals. I don't think it's on the PPT right here, but Gust of Wind Rally will also now trigger when applying a immobilizing effect rather than its original effect, giving more characters opportunities to try them out too. Okay, we are gonna move on to the next part of the PPT, but we are also gonna do a special thing that we have never done in the history of dev streams while I was on here. I'm actually gonna switch the mic to our new addition. It is Raven1, Windy 2, our newest addition to the Nimble Neuron team. He will be taking over the dev stream for the second half of the first half. Okay, let's do it.
Hello, everyone. Next slide, please.
Okay.
I'm Raven1. I'm a little nervous to be here, and it's my first time since joining, so please go easy on me. English is also not my first language. But yeah, I'm excited to be here and talk to you guys about the character changes. There's 3 minor reworks for characters planned for Season 7, so we can talk about the first one, which is Alex. Alex will now adopt a weapon selector similar to the Mythic supply box introduced earlier. There are different types of difficulties when it comes to characters in our eyes. Some are mechanically hard to play, some have simple mechanics but require strong decision making, and then some just require too much memorization, which is not the ideal way to create difficulty. For example, Shukai once required memorizing multiple food recipes, but cooking has since been simplified. Now with the new mushroom ingredient, it's now even easier than ever. And Alex falls into the mechanically challenging category, but also suffers from the memorization as well.
I'm sorry, technical difficulties.
So I don't have the mouse because our wireless mouse died, so I had to ask Wendy to scroll some of the points.
Yeah, our wireless mouse broke down. It is just a nimble moron moment. We're sorry.
So his weapon swapping is already difficult since it changes both his skill and his weapon abilities. But on top of that, he has to memorize his entire weapon crafting route. And honestly, it's just an annoying part of the kit. Other characters have streamlined their farming, but Alex still has to follow like a Season 2 style farming pattern. So as a result, Alex has the highest playtime among dedicated mains, but he also has one of the lowest pick rates overall. So with the rework, Alex will receive extra weapons with the selectors instead of crafting them. At level 5, 6, and 7, Alex will receive weapon selectors for 3 out of his 4 weapons, meaning he only needs to craft his starting 1. Alex is still going to be difficult, but now it's going to be more about mechanics and not memorization. Weapon switching remains a core challenge for him, but he will no longer suffer from an outdating farming mechanic. And additionally, something really good news for like Alex players is that Alex will no longer need to reload after switching to a pistol, removing an awkward spot in his combo. Finally, there's an absolutely incredible new Alex skin on the way in the future, so hopefully these changes encourage more players to pick him up beforehand. Thank you. Awesome. The second minor rework focuses on our gold medalist, giving him more creative options in teamfights. The major change is to his E, Duck Dive. Leon's core mobility tool, Duck Dive, was both an engagement skill and a CC ability, but it had one major limitation. It only worked with his water puddles. This made Leon overly reliant on specific terrain and limited his playmaking potential. So now, dive can be used anywhere, regardless of puddles. This greatly expands his ability to create more plays and engage from unexpected angles, but to give enemies more counterplay, the skill now has longer cast time and it will be changed to a channeling ability, meaning it can be cancelled if interrupted. His other changes include his W. The shield no longer creates water puddles, meaning overall less puddles created on the ground, but we are also changing his passive. Water puddles now appear at Leon's location instead of the enemies. The puddle size has now also been increased, making it easier to utilize his passive. His Q, visual effects have also been optimized, and this is for system load. Previously, the water effects were really intensive on our resource, so they have been merged to a single effect for optimization. And his ultimate, Leon's ultimate was sometimes cancelled before it even started, which felt really clunky and awkward. Duck Dive is now cancelable, but his ultimate will no longer be interrupted at the start of the casting animation, similar to Sua Z. But Leah can still be CC'd and knocked off the wave once he is riding it. In this example, if Magnus swung a little bit later, he would have been able to knock Leon off of his ult. We hope Leon becomes a more versatile character after this, and excited to see his re-debut on the island. The final minor rework for Season 7 is Yuki. His changes can be summarized in 2 key updates. 1. His E. Dashing Gentleman can now jump over walls. 2. He can now use Totem with his ultimate. Yuki used to have a lot of awkward moments, tripping over the smallest pixels and getting stuck. His E now allows him to go over those walls, giving him greater mobility and creative positioning options. To balance this, his disarm effect is replaced with an attack speed decrease effect instead. Disarm overall has had negative feedback among the players regarding how difficult it is to actually realize a player has been disarmed. His passive will now deal skill damage with attack power scaling as well. The damage reduction from Button Up and Coup de Grace will also have attack power scaling as well. Overall, Yuki will have its player style switch to a bigger emphasis on attack power. Totem change is more for fun, and we hope to see some cool clips in the future. Yuki has always been a stylistic character, so we hope to see him more on the island as well. Sorry, my stamina cap is a lot smaller compared to Wendy, so I have to drink a lot more water.
I got a huge one.
We also have some small adjustments for Yan as well. Yan is really difficult to play effectively. These changes aim to give opponents slightly more room to react while smoothing out some frustrating mechanics for the Yan players as well. His Q now has increased startup delay by 1 frame to allow slightly more counterplay for the enemy. But previously, if Yan was too close to his targets, his attack would just outright completely miss. So his collision range has been adjusted so that even at point blank range, the hit now properly registers. His ult, the Tetragon, has also been adjusted to instantly give 5 stacks rather than continuously give stacks. This would mean he has a slower second cycle, but the initial attack will be much smoother. Overall, we want to improve his current status of being too strong in certain situations, while also slightly raising the floor for playing him. Lida Lin's change is a simple one. She can now use tactical skills while in drunken state. Previously, all skills were disabled, including tac skills like blink, but now she will be able to blink or use other tactical skills while she is silenced. While not a character, I also wanted to show you guys the new sniper's weapon skill. First off, we don't get free vision anymore. Previously, sniper shot granted vision while aiming, but that's no longer the case. Instead, we've added a new effect to make it clearer when someone is lighting up their shot. The angle has also been changed from 60 to 45. And if an enemy has vision on you, they'll actually able to see the area, so it'll allow them to react and dodge more effectively. But it also now fires 3 shots in total instead of 2. This means that there's going to be more damage, and it can still provide more vision as a scouting value. But since enemies can see the shot, so you can't get vision without the risk of just opening up the area. Another change is that Garnet's execution threshold is finally getting a visual indicator, which was requested by a lot of our players. You'll be able to see when an enemy is low enough to execute, but the feature is still in development, so it will be added around the mid-season update. And since we've had character improvements, now it's time for cat improvement.
Please don't.
Irem is getting a rework for her cat form visually. This won't be able to make the allegations of monster Irems and memes regarding them disappear, but at least Irem will now be a cute cat in-game. Our artist also drew additional art of Irem before and after the change to highlight her new bright eyes. There will be adjustments to other in-game resources, such as her skill icons as well.
Don't forget what they took from us. I will remember this.
The last change for the season will be Isaac. Isaac's basic attack motion will be reworked to be much smoother. Last season, we mentioned Isaac's basic attacks were set to be improved, and as we studied his attacks, we discovered that there were a lot more aspects related to basic attacks in our game that needed attention. So the upcoming motion changes aim to make Isaac's basic attacks feel smoother, but the Empower attack presents a bit of a different challenge altogether, and we'll talk about that right now. While it was more prevalent on Isaac, will be stamina. We'll be improving enhanced basic attack skills all across the board. Usually when performing an enhanced auto attack cancel combo, the ideal flow should be the first basic attack, the enhanced attack, and cancel the second attack's delay with another action. But if the enhanced attack gets cancelled before it lands, it feels frustrating and unnatural. We looked at examples from other games, and in those games, if an enhanced attack takes a certain amount of time to perform, it becomes non-cancelable. This is also very prevalent when kiting, as you cancel your own attacks while moving, or when enemies move out of range right before your attack hits. Both these instances cause the characters to stutter, which feels awkward and frustrating to play. If you look at this clip, if an attack enters a certain point of casting, it will be corrected to not be cancelled. These small changes will look to improve control and feels for overall improved smoothness. The Empower basic attack adjustments will be implemented in Season 7. Separately, we're also working on another improvement related to kiting, adjusting post-delay. While the impact varies depending on a character's attack motion, we found that reducing delay by about 2 frames, around 2 frames, on average significantly improves the feel of basic attacks. We've confirmed we want to go with this direction, but since adjustments need to be made individually for each character and weapon type, we're aiming about Season 8 for implementation. And looks like in Season 8, I'll finally be allowed to become a glider myself.
Wolfon also said, he says he'll be better kiting after this is included, but we'll see about that. I'm not sure. Okay, next slide.
Starting from Season 7, we're also addressing some topics that had a lot of feedback, including skill effect visibility. We know that distinguishing between ally and enemy effects have been difficult, especially when multiple abilities overlap in chaotic teamfights. So from now on, all AoE effects will follow a standardized outline system. Previously, some AoEs used color to differentiate between allies and enemies, but this wasn't always consistent. Sometimes it was almost impossible to tell whose skills was whose. Now, we want to follow a clear, simple rule. Your own skills will appear as they always have. Ally skills will now have a blue outline, and enemy skills will now have red outline. No more confusion, just clear visuals to help you react faster in teamfights. This change will be noticeable right away. For example, Estelle's ultimate now properly follows the new outline system, so you can instantly see AoE if it's teams or enemies. Zahir's abilities used to blend with allied effects as well, making it really hard to see if it was safe or dangerous. But now it should be more obvious, and even skills like Martina's traps will match the new visibility standard. This won't happen all at once. We're starting around 10 characters in Season 7, and each season more characters will be updated. It's going to take time, but with every patch, the game will feel cleaner and hopefully more readable. We're also making adjustments to skill effects that cause unnecessary clutter. Some skills had too much visual noise, making fights feel messy rather than exciting. We'll be refining those effects so that they will still look great, but not overwhelming. This is just one of the few steps to make Eternal Return a little bit more visually clear, and we'll collect more feedback. We'll continue to improve and make sure that every effect is easy to understand at a single glance.
We'll also take feedback about the colors being, if you can change colors. I'll put that on the board for feedback.
Next up, we have post-processing improvements related to effect visibility as well. There's been an issue where overlapping bright effects would create a blinding effect that made it hard to see what was happening. This was caused by something called post-processing glow, also known as PP glow, which amplified brightness when multiple effects stacked on top of each other. With Season 7, we're adjusting the glow so that effects no longer feel overwhelming. Instead, the lights, when they overlapped, they will be more clear and distinct. It's a small, but we hope this is a meaningful change because when it's applied universally, it should help out the game overall. You might not feel the difference right away, but if you go back and play a version of the game from 3 to 4 seasons ago, the improvement hopefully will feel big for the players. And what used to feel clunky and visually overwhelming will now be hopefully a bit more refined. And with each season, we'll keep refining stuff like this so we can make Eternal Return feel better for the players. We're also adding another quality of life feature for skill targeting. Wendy pointed this one out recently in the feedback section, so we're looking into it. We're adding an option into the settings menu that lets you choose how skills behave in targeting outside of their max range. If you look at the two screens here, on the left, the skill cast at max range, even if your cursor is far away. On the right, the character on the bottom, the character walks forward until they reach the target range, then cast the skill. You'll now be able to choose between these two targeting styles. This has been a highly requested feature, and we now know that different players have different preferences when it comes to skill control and their game. Some prefer the precision, and some prefer the fluidity, so we're going to let the player choose. And regarding choices, we'll have more options coming up in the next slide as well. And that's improving the codex and crafting UI. As more and more items get added, it's becoming hard to find what you need. So we added more filter options, so you can filter by both slot and stats at one time, and item categories are also iconized. It's making it easier to view more items at once. And in Season 7, we're going to keep making more changes with the V-pad, which will now be moved into the B key, which is the crafting menu. And since the V-pad was mostly used for kick slots, we're going to put that into the B to streamline it. And the long-term goal is to have fewer unnecessary hotkeys. We will have a short-term issue right now about adjusting to the new keybind, but overall, this makes everything a lot more streamlined and refined. Saved plans will also now show total final calculated stats for late game, so you don't have to manually check and calculate that kind of mathematics stuff. I know I'm not good at it, so hopefully this is also good for other players as well. We're also adding a quality of life change by introducing stack priority. This one is fairly simple, but has been requested before. So if descending order is set, pressing 1 to eat bacon toast will consume the stack in the 4 slot instead. And if ascending order is set, pressing 4 will consume the bacon toast in slot 1. And this is for when the same items are in multiple stacks and in different different numbers. I'm out of stamina, so let me get some water.
This is why we're removing it.
Hopefully, I don't have to drink so much water next season. Yeah, but this should make make managing food and cameras and drones a lot easier. And this is very highly requested, and we're finally introducing the new camera modes as well. Currently, Eternal Return allows you to switch between free camera and lock camera by using the Y key. This is a very standard system, but many modern games have introduced additional customizations to give players more control over their camera movement. So we're adding new options to increase the camera control and flexibility. The new camera options will be 1. Locked camera, which is the classic mode. Works exactly like now, and the camera stays centered on your character. And 2. Locked camera, but screen mode. You can move the camera freely within a certain range, but your character will never leave the screen. And 3, locked camera, mouse mode, and this is where the camera will lock similar to screen mode, but with an added effect. When your mouse moves back towards your character, the camera starts recentering automatically to your character. Since camera controls vary a lot between games, there's some edge cases that need to be handled. So this feature will roll out sometimes during Season 7 once we've ironed out all the details. We hope these new options will make camera movement feel more natural and comfortable for all our players. And starting in Season 7, we're introducing a new role system for test subjects. Each test subject will now be categorized into one or two of the following 6 roles shown on the screen. This role system is mainly for beginners and for them to help choose a character they want to play in the future. That said, we know that higher tier players may see these roles differently. We anticipate some debate within the community, and we want to clarify that this system is not an official balance standard or a rigid classification. It's simply a guidance to make character selection easier for new and returning players. Roles are flexible and gameplay can evolve, so think of this as an aid and not a limitation. And for all the Cobalt Bryant out there,
it's Cobalt.
There's mid-season 7, which will have our Cobalt returning with a whole new different section. And like we mentioned in the last dev stream, we made major changes to the game flow. Team bases will now be removed from the top and bottom, and they're going to be changed to left and right instead. Biosectors, where the wild animals had spawned, has been removed, and it'll be amplifiers will no longer provide buffs, but their map layouts have been changed to be open on 4 entrances instead of 2. At phase 1 and 2, all amplifiers will be turned on and will change at phase 3 to only the middle one being active, shifting more of the action towards the center as time goes on. One of the biggest changes for Cobalt is the character selection process. It will no longer be randomly assigned, and we will allow players to fully choose any of the characters that they want. And starting draft will also no longer be RNG. We'll recommend 3 items, but players can freely open up their whole item section and choose from the sections. And we hope this change allows players to experiment with builds and play in a way that feels right for them, especially since so many of our players love playing a few characters only. The RNG system, as mentioned, will also be greatly reduced, and items can no longer be sold or dismantled. But when you purchase a new item, you will equip it immediately. And just like the starting gear selection, players can now choose from the recommended items or the category of items instead of the RNG factor. And tactical skills will no longer be purchasable from the synthesizer. Instead, players will draft 1 tactical skill at the beginning of the game, and they can choose from 6 different options to customize their playstyle right from the start. Some of the tactical skills have also been integrated into the infusion system instead, and a lot of the talk about infusions and those kind of tact skills will be in the patch notes that's coming up, so we hope you guys keep an eye out for that. Players will now respawn directly at their team space instead of being sent to the briefing room as well for faster gameplay. After respawning, you can just use the terminal to purchase equipment and infusions, and once you leave the base, you can't access the terminal anymore. You will be able to see enemy respawn timers and death recap as well.
Okay, I hope you all had a good look at the return of Cobalt, and I know everyone is happy about Cobalt coming back, so I do not want to see it in chat. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. Please be excited. I believe it's a great return, so I don't know, try it out. Let's see how it goes. Okay, sorry guys. Okay, with that being said, I will take back control of the dev stream, and we will move on to Season 8 and beyond stuff. And I know some of you saw the cheat sheets, and the thing is coming up. Wait just a bit, okay? Okay, Season 8 and beyond. Let's go. Okay, so the first Season 8 change that we want to introduce is the Gadget Vault and floating drones. So we always said that we wanted to expand on gadgets, and now with Season 8, gadgets are getting a very big rework. First off, we want to introduce the introduction of floating drones. These are installables that can bring big impact in a battle royale situation, such as Eternal Return. We do currently have a trap camera and drone system, but currently it's not very easy to balance because if traps get too strong, they create impenetrable zones, and if EMP drones become too powerful, controlling zones and traps just become meaningless. So what we want to do is that we want to introduce this new form of drones, which is going to be the floating drones. So the special part of this is that they don't stay in one spot and they can now move, which we believe that it will give a whole new layer of movement and strategy in a battle royale combat. We do want to show some of the stuff that we are planning. So we have currently planned 4 forms of floating drones. The first one being the scout drone, which will provide vision in a specific direction as it moves back and forth, moving drones. It will also have a support drone, which will grant healing to allies within range. We also have a safety drone, which will prevent restricted zone counter depletion while active. Ooh, sounds fun, doesn't it? We also have a explosive drone, which detonates after a set duration, dealing damage as well. Okay, so these drones are still in planning, and yeah, we're still trying to iron out all of the details, so they may change, but we believe that with the idea of these floating drones being introduced in Eternal Return, they will definitely give a new layer of strategy, so we hope you're all excited about them as well. Also, we're also gonna we're gonna bring a very big shake up to the gadget system as a whole, because we're gonna introduce a better system for handling gadget inventory, because currently gadget acquisition relies mostly too much on luck, and with more gadgets getting added, that problem will only get worse. So what we're gonna do is we took some inspiration from a particular game. So the game that we took inspiration from up is the Helldivers system of stratagems, which like you can call in missiles, like whenever you can call in specific stuff that you want to use at the right time. And due to this, we will be introducing the Gadget Vault system. So with the Gadget Vault system, you will be carrying all gadgets around with you, and you can swap between them freely. And each gadget will be consuming different amounts of energy based on usage. So we believe that this system will be able to give the players more control over their tactical options instead of just relying on pure RNG. And yeah, we believe that it's going to bring a new layer of kind of strategy of like which gadget should I use right now. We will be able to see some of that. So yeah, with the introduction of floating drones and the new gadget vault, we believe that gadgets will finally become a core strategy and a big mechanic inside Eternal Return. So yeah, hope you're all excited about that, and we are also very helpful. We also want to show off a very big mechanic that is coming in Season 8. Oh, this one is a huge one. We're going to introduce the revamp for the final zone, which is going to be the Chronosphere. Now, this one is a new endgame mechanic, which was inspired by FPS Battle Royales. It is going to be a moving and shrinking safe zone for the final zone. So a bit of a more lore drop, we're going to say, as created by Aglea to manipulate VF energy in new ways, the Chronosphere will now be replacing the final fight. So at first, it's going to create a large safe zone, then it moves, and then it will shrink over time. And we believe that this will completely change how final fights will play out. There will be no more static safe zones, and you will have to adapt to a shifting and moving battlefield. Endgame fights will take place in more varied terrain, which will make the combat feel much more diverse and unpredictable. And yeah, holding a zone early is still going to be an advantage because, like restricted zone counter timers. But now that advantage naturally disappears over time, making it easier for the attacking side to go in and try and push in and control the battlefield too. So yeah, a lot of it is still in planning. It's a Season 8 feature. Anything can change. So it is still a bit far away, but we hope that we can show an even improved endgame. I believe that with the introduction of the revive after the temporary safe zone mechanic and us getting a 3v3 endgame was a very big change, even if it's a smaller one than this one. So I know with the changes to the endgame mechanics, we just believe that we can bring a whole new level of fun to Eternal Return 2. So yep, we hope that you're very excited about the coming up Chronosphere 2. We also have introduced rips. It's honestly not new at this point because I think we talked about it too much on the first part of the stream. But yeah, we're also going to be introducing the rip system in season 8. So made by side effects from the Chronosphere. These rips are going to be happening all over Lumia Island, and it's going to be a huge part in season 8. As we mentioned, this mechanic aims to combine all of the benefits from VLS, secret labs, and battle zones, and will be used as a very fun battle zone mechanic and a repositioning tool for teams. It being a completely shut-off 3v3 arena is a very big change from the fun that we're giving right now in the battle royale nature of Eternal Return. So yeah, we're very excited to bring a all-new type of fun to the game as well. We also have some extras that we're going to do in Season 8 too. So Escape will also be reworked with the addition of rips. Honestly, Escape is kind of in a weird situation right now too, with all of the other features piling up. And with the introduction of the Rift, the closed-off 3v3 arena is also not a very special part of the escape mechanic right now. So it holds even lesser meaning than what we have right now. So in Season 8, we're just going to make escape much more easier. Escape zones will be removed, and instead players will use the escape loop to instantly board the submarine and evacuate. And it has been changed to say that 2 teams can now escape together, giving players an easier way to choose extraction over survival until the end. So if the game isn't going that well, you'll have a much smoother way out. We're also trying to shift a bit of the areas on Lumia Island as well. We did kind of tease of having like a bigger map. We're expanding the map a last step stream, but we're not going to do that right now because we're using so many resources on other features. But yeah, we are going to be introducing some new changes to the terrain. So back when Eternal Return 1.0 launched, we changed a lot of the terrain for Lumia Island, and we added more T-shaped and A-shaped paths to break up long pathways or U-shaped roads. And in Season 8, we're expanding upon that idea and including at least 10 U-split path locations. And yeah, we're prioritizing areas like the pond or cemetery, where usually movement options are kind of limited. So yeah, we hope that with these changes, we will be kind of see an increased movement flexibility and kind of reduce choke points throughout Lumia Island too. We're also going to be reworking some of the boss monsters on Lumia Island. We are going to be adding new buffs when players kill Alpha and Omega. And oh, honestly, this one was requested for years. Wickline's combat patterns will be reworked a bit. And yeah, we're trying a lot of different stuff to see how we can make Wickline more exciting. One of the ideas we had was kind of make Wickline actively track nearby survivors if like too many test subjects are alive. But you know, we'll see. We're debating on a lot of stuff. We're very excited. We'll see how it goes. Okay, we also want to bring this one is a bit of a systematic change that we want to bring in Season 8, which is going to be the cooldown reduction versus skill haste. And we do want to bring the skill haste stat to kind of replace the CDR that we have right now. Going into a bit more technical perspective, currently CDR works by reducing the cooldown timer for like a percentage. Let's say you have a 10-second cooldown ability. If you have 10% CDR, it is decreased to 9 seconds. It is intuitive, it's easy to calculate and understand. However, there are also issues with CDR too, because the effectiveness of CDR isn't very consistent in terms of DPS. So even if an item has a 10% CDR stat, it is not effective upon all situations. Usually, the more CDR you have, the more effective it is. And although we do use a hard cap system for CDR, like always hitting max CDR is statistically always optimal. And we believe that this causes item diversity to really suffer, because if one item has CDR, you are forced to stick with like capping the whole thing, or unless you are using a less effective stat. So yeah, so it is really inefficient also when you're upgrading to special material items, because swapping a CDR epic equipment is sometimes feel very bad when you're swapping to like a non-CDR legendary equipment. It becomes really inefficient of that stat. So in the result, it does bring a lot fewer viable options if we are to currently go with the current situation of CDR. So now this is where skill haste comes in. So instead of reducing cooldown timers, skill haste speeds up the next cast of a skill. And this offers more flexibility and fewer breakpoints in builds too. And it also prevents the, hit max CDR, or like it's not gonna, like you have max CDR or don't have it at all, or you're losing out on stats mindset. It also will be able to prevent that as well. However, we do understand the problems that skill haste comes with from switching from CDR to skill haste, because first of all, the perceived reduction does feel a bit weaker if we're doing it. Right now, 3 gear slot caps CDR, but with skill haste, it might take like 5 gear slots to reach the same impact, and this could kind of make it feel a bit weaker, even if the total effect is same. So maybe some stuff we're potentially thinking about is limiting skill haste to certain item slots. But yeah, this is all still on paper, so we'll see how it goes. Also, it is a bit less intuitive as first too. Let's say there's a 10% reduction in cooldown. On paper, it looks much more easier to grasp than skill haste, because skill haste is just a number, and it's not really clear on how it works. But however, like in practice, most lower ranked players don't really actively track the exact cooldown of certain skills, and they just take it. So many just follow the builds that other players make too, and they don't really manually adjust, for over or undercapped CDR. So yeah, it is a hard thing. We are not saying the skill haste only comes with benefits. And if we look at other games that use skill haste, though, we do seem that like high ranked players do struggle at first when using skill haste, but it does seem like the lower ranked players actually find it much more easier to use skill haste, because they don't really need to worry about all of the overcapping or undercapping for CDR. It is just like a number, so they don't really need to do all the math on the items to do that stuff. So basically, it does give a lot more diversity to items, but like it doesn't always come with only benefits. So yeah, it is something that we are trying to try out, but it is still a far away that is happening on season 8. So a lot of our perception or thoughts about it could change. So please give your feedback, like as you're giving it on chat right now. Please show your feedback on the feature, and yeah, let us know your ideas, and yeah, we'll try and adjust to just in like doing all of the features in season 8. Okay, I think that is all of the things that we have for season 8. That is all but one that we have left for the season 8 and beyond, and that is we want to talk briefly about solo mode. Yeah, it is finally being talked about in a dev stream. So we want to talk about solo mode, and let's say, can solo mode really exist in a battle royale? Because if you know our roots, Eternal Return it started out as a solos mode, and while there is definitely a lot of nostalgia at play, you cannot deny that there is something special about solo mode too, because solo mode is the only place you can see all of the insane dodges, the pixel perfect skill shots, the 1v1 outplays. Oh, like everything comes down to you. Only you matter. If you win, you win. You lose, you lose. You die, you die. Like all of the stuff can only be seen in solo mode. But there is an issue, because a lot of the stuff that makes solos special is also the ones that make solos don't work. Because, okay, let's talk about some few talking points about solo mode. If we look at some of the previous issues, melee and ranged balance was always a very big issue. Because solo mode doesn't have any support, no peeling, no counter engagement. So usually if the balance is not perfect, it is very easy for the meta to shift into like a stalling meta. And I know it's everyone's favorite word, teaming can become a very dominant strategy in this mode. Also, a big thing about solo mode is that matchups are a very big issue in this game, because if there are two characters and the matchup shifts, let's say 6-4, 7-3, honestly, it becomes close to impossible for the weaker matchup to win unless their opponent makes a mistake, because there are no other things to like impact the fight other than, you know, your skills. Like if you win, you win. You die, you die. That only that comes into play, and that makes matchups feel much more worse. So although it does seem like a good thing for there to like be no one to blame but yourself, it also is a very big burden for the casual players to try and continue playing in a solo mode's environment, because it is just too punishing. And yeah, I think we can say that we have never solved solos. We have not cracked the solo mode code, but I think we can probably say that we were also the team that has tried the most to make it work as well. So we do have a lot of insight in this. Okay, but despite all of the issues solos have, we did promise that solo mode will come back one day, and we have thought a lot on how to bring it back. And today we are showing that we will be bringing back solos in Season 8 mid-season as the Lone Wolf mode. So in Season 8 mid-season, we will be bringing our newest iteration of solo mode back as the Lone Wolf mode. And our goal for this mode will be keeping the magic of solo while also avoiding a lot of its problems that we had in early access. The biggest defining features that it will have is the 3-strike feature, a 3-strike system, and it being a 2-hour event mode format like Union. So let's go over the 3-strike system. Lone Wolf will adapt the 3-life system, in which players will get 3 lives per match. We believe that this system has seen success in Apex Legends, and we believe that it has great potential when we apply it to solo mode as well. The problem with traditional Battle Royale solo is that mostly the game revolves around winning, and this makes bad matchups a big hindrance, and usually it results in less strategy, and it's more of a avoid game. So, but we do think that maybe we can shift the focus of solo mode to kills instead. And we believe that if we are able to do this, we may be able to eliminate a lot of these problems. So let's say it's more kill focused. Getting early kills and getting eliminated, maybe it can become a valid strategy. Getting a bad early fight, now you don't die immediately because you have 3 lives. Also, you have losing to a late game carry. You know, it might be less frustrating now, because now it's not just all about winning, but it's all about what you accomplished along the way, like the friends we make along the way. So 3 lives mean early deaths are no longer a death sentence, and you'll have much more average kills in a solo mode environment, meaning a lot of more players will actually experience more 1v1 experience, 1v1 fights inside one game. And also your playstyle can also shift as you lose lives. You have 3 lives, so basically you can at least play once aggressively, like if you have these much lives and you only have 1 left, maybe you need to slow down and play a bit of a more smart. So we believe that this system is kind of better than I know a lot of the players know it as the Gulag type system. because the Gulag type system is a way to come back, but it does not guarantee you to actually, it does not give you a guarantee to come back to the match. So it doesn't always, the feeling is a bit different. So with this system, we do hope to alleviate a lot of the frustrations the mode previously had, but we understand that even with the improvements, solo mode isn't always everyone's cup of tea. It is not, it is in a very weird spot. So our plan right now is to make Lone Wolf not a permanent mode, at least not at first. We will launch it as a 2-hour event mode, which we will have to do some scheduling when the mode release becomes imminent, but we still have some time, so we'll see how it goes. Also for balance, we understand that some characters will naturally perform better than others, but we will not be rebalancing every single character for now for the mode, but rather use mode-based adjustments to smooth things out for now. So it's gonna be a bit of a more, it's not gonna be like as hardcore as before. And yeah, for the ranking system, we will have a lighter score-based system rather than a full-fledged rank system like we had before too. So yeah, we are gonna try, it's gonna be a tryout mode. We are gonna see how it goes because we will not know how it's gonna work until now, until we actually put it into the game and put it to the games of the player, the hands of the players. So yeah, we'll see. But at least we're really happy to say that we have survived enough to see at least an iteration of a return of solos. And again, we want to thank everyone from the players who played early access, the players who played solos to stick around and watch us, actually bring back a mode. Like, it is a miracle that we have stayed like this long. So yep, we want to end this part with a thank you. And yeah, we hope you're all excited for the newest iteration of solo mode. Okay, with that being said, we want to introduce some new modes. So we are going to keep experimenting with new modes moving forward. Lumia Island and Cobalt will still be remaining as the two main permanent modes. And yeah, we will be putting on a rotation schedule for the other modes. So Lone Wolf will currently be inside that category. So yeah, we do think that if a mode gets exceptional player feedback, we can try and extend its availability. And if it proves to be a long-term success, maybe it can, be promoted into a main mode one day. But that is still it's quite a long time away. So, we'll see how it goes. And, let's try out solo modes first. On the other hand, if a mode isn't working, we might shorten its run or even temporarily remove it. But, as we always do, we will try and look on what we did wrong, and maybe we can try and, take what we learned, refine it, and possibly bring it back in the future. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. Since Lone Wolf is launching Season 8 mid-season, our fifth mode will likely be sometime next year. Currently, we are considering revisiting. I can see it in the chat too. We are considering revisiting the nostalgia of the duo mode, So yeah, it's still in thinking mode, but we'll see. There are still a lot of other variables to consider too. So yeah, we'll see how it goes, and yeah, we hope you're all very excited of us trying out new stuff with the new modes as well. So we'll keep that discussion under wraps for now, and yeah, we hope you're very excited for Season 8. Oh, and also with the introduction of Lone Wolf, we will also be introducing custom game lobbies. So we will make it so that even when Lone Wolf isn't available in matchmaking, players who still want to play the mode will be able to set up their own custom lobbies and gather a group. And yeah, we want to do this for all modes going forward, and yeah, give them a better option of what they want to do. So the long-term vision for us is that if Eternal Return continues to grow, we hope that over time, multiple time modes will be able to cycle continuously throughout the day. And yeah, hopefully we can offer a 24-hour rotation of different ways to play too. I'm always hopeful. You know me, I'm always hopeful. So next season, it's always gonna be ours. Let's keep our hopes up. Okay, I think we talked about this a bit when we were talking about the global side. It is a very interesting topic that we have brought up. It is the machine learning AI. Okay, so we want to talk a bit about our AI venture because right now we're not going to sugarcoat it. Our bot AI, it's not good. It's not good. It's become much better with the recent update, but yeah, it's still there. So how it currently works is that it works through something called a behavior tree. So it follows a long list of pre-programmed conditions. Let's say if X happens, do Y. If Y happens, do Z. So that's how it works. But it does work for some simple games. But in a game like Eternal Return, it is just too complex for the system to keep up. So what we're going to do is that we have been recently seen a lot of machine learning based AI making huge improvements over the years. And we are now working with a AI specialized company to try and implement these new technologies. So what we're doing is we're currently working on a new AI system that will use replays of top players, like thousands of them over several months. They will try and look at these replays, try and learn them, learn Eternal Return, how it works. And yeah, our goal is to basically create bots that are indistinguishable from real players. We're currently thinking of like maybe silver rank and below, but it's something that we can't really point at right now. So yeah, that is our current goal, but it is something that we can change over time. So yeah, we are currently trying this out with the help of another company, and we believe that if this works out, it will bring a big impact to the global regions because a good AI can massively improve the casual and new player experience and finally solve our issues with the new player matchmaking. And hopefully, if it's really good, maybe normal matchmaking as well. We currently do not have plans to bring bots to ranked due to competitive integrity, but we believe that the successful implementation of the bots in normal games and the early times queues will encourage a lot of new players to shift into ranked games. It's a win-win to say. So yeah, we're keeping our hopes really high. So now the schedule. We are aiming to bring the first iteration of the project. We're currently planning to bring the first iteration of the project to Season 8. And we will try and utilize them to improve the matchmaking for our global regions. There are no promises for this feature because there are so many variables at play, but we will stay hopeful that we will be able to bring good news on this project with Season 8. Okay. Okay, now this one is pretty exciting. Okay, we touched a bit about it on our Q&A last dev stream, but yeah, it is our collab events. So as we fix a lot of our core issues that the global region have with early level matchmaking, now this is where our global plans really come into play. And then we talked about a bit because it's a very famous quote from Baldur's Gate 3, Larian Studios. The publishing director, Michael Dowse, said that marketing is dead because of all of the other changes that happened throughout the gaming industry. And honestly, there is a lot of truth to this statement. The marketing formula of usually spend X amount on marketing and we will get Y amount of players is not something that works anymore. Players are much more smarter. They know how the ad game works, and yeah, they have much more better perception. And also, that does not mean the prices are going down. Prices are ever going up, and campaigns are determined as failures, like if it fails to go viral. So yeah, the marketing atmosphere right now is in a very hard spot, and yeah, we will have to tackle, we will try and need to go up in this situation. So where do we go from here? We do believe that collabs may be the key to our success with being a healthy relationship between brands, getting mutual exposure, and also we will be able to get mutual success to our. We will also be able to give a fun experience to our players as well to see all of these different IPs collab too. And okay, so we do want to say, with us fully entering 2025, we are at March right now. We will be very focused on doing collabs over the year. In Season 7, we will be doing our usual collabs. Our previous partners like Dessert 39, Bonolim Pizza are all staying with us and will be happy and will be helping us in our operations here. Season 7 will be also the first time where another game will collab and feature our IP in their game because the PD really likes our game and they are very excited to show off the Eternal Return IP on their game. So we're really happy to see that other companies are also taking a very big interest in Eternal Return as well. And we'll also be attending PlayX4. We'll be partnering with PlayX4 and we'll be hosting our National League opening there, which we expect to be our biggest opening yet. So we are trying to ever grow. Season 8 will also have our 2nd anniversary, and we will have a collab with the big city of Incheon in Korea to do various offline events as well. We will also be releasing our first iterations of figurines as well. I hecking love figurines. Okay, now we talked a bit about a lot of KR focused stuff for Season 7 and Season 8. But now, Season 9, as we approach Season 9, it becomes a bit different. As we said, our usual preparation for in-game stuff requires around 9 months. And with all of the plans in motion, it seems like Season 9 will be the first in-game collab with an external IP. And we believe it's something that even our fans in the global regions will all be very excited about. Okay, so people say game marketing is dead, but it doesn't mean it's like dead, like forever. It just means that a door closed, and it means that another opened, and we'll see to it that we will find that damn door. So, yep, that's it. That is all we have for today, or we have prepared to tell you about the future seasons of Eternal Return for now. And yeah, we hope you're very excited about the future of Eternal Return. We said that Season 6 was disappointing, but this one season will not keep us down, and we will keep trying, and we hope that we will be able to host dev streams like this like years to come. And that will bring us to our... Okay, we talked a bit about too much technical stuff, so before we end, we will look at some bloopers with Raven 1 before we move into a break. Take it over.
Yeah, we got into some deep topics, so I've also prepared some goofs and gaffs for you guys as well. This one is escape scenes often don't really come out as we hope, and there's a lot of issues with them during our testing. On the left, we have Justina, who's overly excited to escape, and she becomes a true superhero. On the right, we have an eco-friendly human, sometimes a more natural way of moving around, as walking, running, or riding your cloud underwater is really what's best for our world. When our team first saw the mushroom skewers, a lot of our coworkers originally thought that they were bread and tears on a stick instead of mushrooms. We thought it was funny, so our coworkers used company time to create the image on the right. Thankfully, our boss won't notice we did that, unless they're watching right now.
He is.
And Nina, we've shown these before, but Nina has a lot of problems very often during our testing. And rumors around the office say she's haunted, and she's cursing every patch test by haunting our QA team for generations. And how do you think Hisui reacted when first spotting Tsubame on Lumia Island?
Oh my god, technical issue. Oh my god.
Oh.
No, spoiler. Oh my god. Nimble moron moment. Yippee!
She's showing off how happy she is. While choosing a dance is hard for a character, this visual really helped us pick out the dance for Hisui.
Yep. There's also an updated version on YouTube too, so check it. And also, oh my god, it's not working. Yep.
And as tradition, here is our DevStream coupon. Make sure to redeem the coupon by the 17th for 600 event MP and 2 skin datasets. Each redeem earns a penny for Wendy and I, so please make sure to redeem it. And as always, thank you so much.
Yep, we will move into a quick break before we show off our new season skins and characters and conduct our Q&A. So we will have a short break before we move on. And it is a quite long one. I honestly thought that not a lot of time has passed, but it's passed quite a lot. So we'll see you in a bit. We'll try and gain some SP, and we will be back. Thank you for sticking around, and we're very hopeful to see you in part 2.
나랑 놀자 쓸 거야 말하고 나서 썼기 때문에 로즈 선수의
이렇게
그렇죠.
짝수 라운드는 BNK POX입니다.
야 BNK POX.
자, 한판
이거를 잡아내고
강대
What can I do for fun around here? Just follow me. I'll make sure you have fun. Shh. Are you ready? Ready to join me into the depths of the abyss?
Pain is temporary. Death is forever. I will end your suffering.
I'll become honest when they have nowhere to run. It's not the time to cut your breath. Doesn't it make your blood boil?
Is it my turn? Already? Looks like I'm dealing with a bunch of weaklings. Humans are in the end, just mortal beings. So, do I look a bit more like a demon empress now?
If this is what I can help Nadia with,
I'm getting fun vibes from this place. Get up here. Let's play. Aren't you afraid of the Legion of the Abyss? Oh no, don't tell me you're tired already. Come play with me. Look at the blood-red sky. Are you ready? Ready to join me into the depths of the abyss?
characters here aren't what I'm used to. Wilson, I will end your suffering. Now it's time to return the pain. Now nobody can cause me more pain. I'd rather die than suffer any further.
I haven't forgotten about our contract. Oh, yes. I feel so alive. Do I remind you of someone? Let's fight then! Have you lost your mind? Oh! Time out! Time out! Time out!
Haha! Is it my turn? Already? Well, it feels a lot like using a portal. Is that how determined you are? Was it you who called me here? Now, let's try to take over the world! Get up. Tomorrow's still a long way off. Don't stare too long. You might drown from a curse or something. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself. Wait, is that a hero?
I just want to go somewhere.
My affiliation? Why do you need to know that? I'm here to follow their orders. Faster than light! Oh, sorry. I forgot we already called it even. Even an eye for an eye doesn't sound enough. Remember everything. Everything my eyes have witnessed. And everything my hands have done.
Hero of Justice, at your service! Don't worry, I'm here. Agent Aiden, I came here to rescue you. In the name of justice, take this! You're safe now. Why? Because I'm here. Yep. Smells like the villains were around here. Full blast! Fire! Who do you think I am? I never give up. Assemble! With great power comes great responsibility. My name is Justina, protector of the people, and I will become the greatest hero. Astra Burst! I got the power now! Someone once told me all they wanted was to go back to a peaceful, normal life. I'll become the hero who makes that possible. Justina here, to the rescue!
I'm going for the gold. Easy. Have I found new talent? Effort pays off. This is the proof. Legendary, just as expected. Don't doubt a gold medalist. Your mental is weak. Bring it on. All right, who's coming for me? The forest is beautiful. Face me. Try all you want. There's no avoiding it. Careful, you might drown. So this is the feeling.
Time to wake up. I'll guide you. Everything you imagine will become reality to a world of eternal happiness. I'll help your dreams come true. Beyond reality. I'll remember everything about you. Are you going to stop me? It's important to take a break from time to time. I guess my wings weren't enough to hold everyone. Wait for me there. I'll show you a new world. Watch carefully.
I'm not too bad with my hands.
Should I rip, slice, or cut?
We'll make it all better. If a patient needs help, I'm there.
Don't move. I'll take care of you, even if you die.
I can't get a pulse.
You could.
At least they didn't die from an illness.
Ready. Chocolate is efficient. Sugar supplements calories, and caffeine improves concentration. It also contains theobromine, which... Wait, I think I'm getting sidetracked. I feel like fainting. I hope there's something sweet inside. Do you have any chocolate? It's a gift. Collecting materials. They'll be good for plating. I should be able to find chocolate here. I wonder if they go well with chocolate. Thanks. I'll have a chocolate bread with some chocolate spread and hot chocolate. Not bad.
I'm used to being the one being controlled. Are you trying to run away? Come on, get closer. Since everyone is trying to run away, I can't run away now. I've come too far to turn back. Come on, get closer. Are you locking me up again? It's coming. We're all turning.
And we're back.
We're back.
Remember, use new Season 7 Academy by the 17th. Now, it's time to introduce the upcoming skins. ER Pass is often used to show test subjects in a variety of scenarios. Season 7 will be decorated by test subject trainers who help new test subjects learn their way around the tactics in Lumia Island. Fun fact, introducing skin is kind of a reward around here. So Wendy and I did a rock, paper, scissors to see who would actually get to show everyone the new skins.
Man.
And I won, so here we go. For our first skin, we have Kadia. Due to the low rate of survival on Lumia Island, Aglaya takes a special route. Implementing Lumia Academy, test subjects help other test subjects with the greatest power in the world. Knowledge. And surprisingly, the leader is Training Director Kadia. Yep, Kadia will decorate the season pack as the epic skin reward for purchase. We hope to see Kadia successfully train others on how to survive around Lumia Island. Owls are often the symbol for wisdom, so she's like the Ashen Owl. Makes sense, right? As the skin is epic, Kadia's outfit has an incredible amount of details. We hope you guys enjoy the new skin for Kadia as much as we're proud of it. And we'll show you guys the animations right away.
걱정 마. 내가 직접 교육할 테니.
And for our next video, I counted at least 3 big booms.
Whoa.
And next, Laura is the level 80 skin for this season pass. She trains her students with the carrot method and whips her students to shape. Literally. Pretty funny, right? I wrote that one in. Surprising to no one, Laura's class have a high attendance and her classes have a high review score from her students. Tactics instructor Laura is also an epic rarity, and the details of the skin define it as well. I'm especially a big fan of the details on animation and her card. We're excited to hear players' opinions on the effects as we're fairly proud of it, and we'll show you right away.
2일차 교전에서 중요한 건 오늘은 실전으로 배워보겠니?
And the victory screen. Thank you. And next up is the heart of the academy, Theodore, who manages firearm training on Lumia Island. Ballistics specialist Theodore is an exceptional advisor who can train anyone to become the perfect shot. Here's the concept sheet. While the color schemes for the academy skin line is shared between the characters, the details are significantly different per character. Theo's designs are based on straight lines to give him more straightforward and clear look compared to the others. Ballistic specialist Theodore will be a rare tier skin.
장비 점검 끝냈어요. 갑시다.
Thank you. And next up, safety is the most important, even on Lumia Island. That's why drill specialist Estelle is here. Estelle will be partaking in the pass with their rare tier skin, and here to ensure her students are safe. I'm especially happy with how amazing her new shield design looks. This is the concept sheet for Estelle, and the point of her concept is, well, the points. With sharp arrow-like patterns and stud decorations in her outfits.
Ha 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 ha.
While she's all for safety, her classes are one of the roughest. As they say, the best defense is the best offense, and she constantly teaches that with her students. We can see Johan and Estelle suffering through one of Estelle's safety drills. And here's her animations.
불 조심하세요. 나머지는 제가 어떻게든 해보죠.
Next up are the Academy Pass emotes and accessories. We were big fans of the blue screen Barbara and absolute Aura William emotes for the season. My personal favorite is the Nia emote, who seemed powerful enough to send someone to another world. One of the biggest reasons to purchase the season pass are also the tombstones, with a lot of efforts being invested. The tombstone on the left is where the hamster tries their hardest to balance themselves in the log, and the tombstone on the right constantly tries to motivate your dead body to get back up to do a few more push-ups. Here's the key art for season 7, decorated by the 4 season pack skins. We hope you guys enjoyed the season's theme, and we'll show you guys the video now.
Keep your eyes on the prize. You can't fall for your instructor. Understood? There you are. I heard you needed some training.
I'm on the scene. Extinguishing fire. Ready to be dispatched anytime. No need to worry.
I'm going in. You can't run away from me. Your habits reflecting your results. Don't relax just yet.
So, you're my trainee. Are you ready? I didn't get to be director of the academy for nothing. This is what I call skills. All units, prepare for combat.
Yeah, we hope you guys can show the 4 test subjects lots of love, and please give us a lot of attention for Season 7's Academy. And we're giving you guys a sneak peek of the new comic coming up soon as well. We were able to gather some of the most talented voice actors to cover the lines.
Okay, just a second. We are gonna get the voice actors. 안녕하세요. 네, 안녕하세요. Okay, we'll start.
Look at their uniforms. So pretty. I wish I could have lived a normal student life too. Unfortunately, we can't turn back time.
Are you daydreaming about going back to school?
I can't deploy someone with any independent combat skills. Are there really no training centers on this island?
Wishing you could turn that clumsy recruit into an ace? Then this is for you. We are recruiting new students at Lumia Academy. Our experts instructors will train you to survive on Lumia Island. Register now and get a uniform.
Aren't you the one always struggling to survive? Is this a scam? I'm not enrolling in some shady school for just a skin.
Do I really need to go? I already trained with Erebus. Do not disclose that.
I can give you a kata skin if you pass every lesson, but I guess it's your loss. That's a lie.
Do we have an anthem? Is this enough for tuition?
I guess training should help me adapt faster, right?
Yeah, thank you for your support, Voice Actor A, Voice Actor B, and Voice Actor C. Thank you so much.
감사합니다. 네, 안녕하세요. Okay, see? That was cinema.
This ends the introduction for Season 7 Pass Academy. Thank you always for all the love and attention for our new season packs, and we hope you guys enjoyed this season as well.
Buy it for my bills, please.
Now, time to introduce our upcoming characters for our future seasons. Ishtavan will be our first test subject for Season 7. Ishtavan is a physicist who deals quantum mechanics and the theory of relativity, and was also a researcher for Aglaia in the past. In the quantum mechanics multiverse theory, the location and state of particles exist only in the form of possibilities. And it's said that only one of the many possibilities that we experience becomes the reality of our universe, while the other possibilities occur in parallels. Ishtavan is a researcher who uses himself as a potential to derive multiple results, as if using clones of himself, he repeats experiments to look for better and better results with every test. As a former member of Aglaia, he knows his way around the island, and his voice lines indicate so. We hope players can find fun in learning more about him and the island from his voice lines. Some may feel like his hair color changed from the last dev stream, but I think that was just an Ishtavan from a different possibility or something like that.
Yeah, this is the real one.
And here's his animations. There's no sounds yet, but we hope you guys enjoy Ishtavan, our first character of Season 7. And here is Nia, the second test subject of Season 7. We're revealing her portrait image. Just by looking at her, you can tell she's well versed in video games. Many of you guys have been waiting for Nia, and she is a mage-type test subject. Nia tends to find everything bothersome, but when it comes to games, she unexpectedly shows great enthusiasm. The script says she's an adorable girl who seeks to connect with others through gaming. Connect with others maybe by calling them an absolute noob. Fun fact, in the right bottom, you can see her lose in a video game and blame lag. You can see the different types of accessories she has, including french fries as a controller decoration. Like a real gamer, she has some grease in her hands while playing her video games. And her love for pink, her and 11 are likely to have good chemistry. And ta-da! Here is Nia's victory screen. Does anyone recognize this screen?
No.
Perhaps you've played these games before! Nia excels at video games, and of course, naturally, she is great at the world's best video game to ever be created as well, Black Survival.
What?
We're installing the Black Survival screen as part of our victory post as an Easter egg for our loyal players.
I have never seen this game before.
Now, let's move to Season 8. First character to visit us for the season is Shailene. Shailene was selected by the Swords, and she has more than just experience in the sword arts. Shailene masterfully manipulates her sword, confronting enemies with precision. If you look closely, she's not the one swinging the sword. The sword itself is flying through the air. And here's her art sheet. While she understands great power comes with great responsibility, Shailene sometimes shows her clumsy side. Please cheer for her as she moves from the countryside to Lumia Island. The second character is Henry. Henry is an experienced watchmaker and fittingly has a VF ability related to time. Despite his sharp appearance, Henry has a surprisingly warm heart. The pocket watch he wears around his neck is said to hold a very tragic story. Time is always an exciting theme for characters, so we're excited to see how it'll turn out on Lumia Island as well. A watchmaker frozen in time? What kind of presents will Henry have on Lumia Island? And what's the story behind this pocket watch? Well, find out in Season 8. Here's the concept art sheet as well for Henry, that watchmaker. His outfit and accessories have an overall antique feel, giving impression that he has come from the past. Perhaps this too is connected to the theme of time. Now we've shown you guys the upcoming characters as well as the season pass, and we'll continue with the exciting skins for next season. And the first skin of Season 7 is for Martina, making a return after a long time. Martina is also the test subject who has gone the longest without a new skin. While the full reveal is coming in a few days, today we're going to give you a sneak peek at the silhouette. And even just from the silhouette, you can tell this one is special. If you play Martina, this is a must-have. But more than that, it might just be the skin that makes you want to play her in the first place. The first token skin of Season 7 is Luke. Luke's very first epic skin. Our friendly neighbor, always wearing a bright and cheerful smile, has returned as a ruthless reaper. The aura is truly something else. Up until now, Luke's skins have mostly highlighted his lighthearted and upbeat personality, but the new Luke puts a stronger focus on his role as a contracted killer. Here's Luke's new skin sheet. Because of Luke's disguise, his previous skins have always emphasized cleaning tools, but this time, even his tools are sharper than before. Since this is a token skin, you can expect noticeable differences in voice lines and animations as well, setting it apart from the original Luke. There's no test subject on Lumi Island more fitting for a drill instructor than Fiora. A sound mind resides in a sound body. But here, body doesn't just mean physical fitness, it also includes posture, discipline, and overall demeanor. And as soon as I said posture, all of us just kind of sat up a bit.
There is no posture here.
While not included in the pass itself, Fiora joins the skin line for Academy. While we were originally worried it may overlap too much with her other skins that are already out, we believe the new design has its own charm. You can see the variety of weapons she has at her disposals and all of their new designs as well. Next up is William, which we introduced once before. Even in a world on the brink of collapse, William remains true to his roots, holding his glove and baseball. His outfit has a casual, everyday look, but the baseball cap keeps his identity as a baller intact. That's what makes this skin so great. It's also nice to see William looking just as cool, even without his usual uniform or formal attire. We've shown you guys this sheet before, but here it is again, a chill, casual look of William. Next up is Hisui's first ever skin, Street Fiend Hisui. Unlike her default skin, this version features modernized clothing and an upgraded sword, giving her a slightly rebellious vibe that suits her perfectly. As expected from Hisui, whose name means jade, the teal-green color suits her very well. Here is Hisui's art sheet. While not shown in the original art, you can see her signature abs are still showing, as well as her new sword. I personally have a hoodie based on her original design, so I'm hoping I can get something similar with the new skin as well. And next up is the second token skin of Season 7, Debbie and Marlene.
Oh my god.
This skin takes us back to their younger school days, showing a more youthful version of Debbie and Marlene. The new skin was created as an epic tier skin, thanks to winning first place in last year's skin popularity poll. As a result, they have become the first ever to have 2 epic skins in the game. Fun fact, this portrait image is actually unfinished. The art team really didn't want it released today, but we just had to show it to you guys. The finalized version with improved details will be revealed later on SNS. Last time in the swimsuit skins, Marlene had a different hairstyle, but this time it's Debbie who gets a new look. It's like they're taking turns. The adorable smartphone case and the keychains really capture the nostalgic school day vibes. Not that I would know. And of course, Debbie's love for frogs is still going through in this skin. Marlene's school uniform really highlights the contrast between the twins' personalities, despite them being twins. Her mask is a good expression of her personality and a highlight of the skin design. While different, the two are extremely close, and we hope you guys are excited for the second token of Season 7 as well. Next up is Researcher Barbara. This skin was teased last season, and now Barbara finally gets a new look. She's always been dressed like an engineer, but this time she's returning with the researcher's lab coat instead. The coffee held by her mechanical arm speaks volumes about her workload as a researcher, and somehow she even looks a bit younger in this skin. Here's her art sheet along with her gadgets. Rumors say Barbara was able to build this on an island.
In a cave.
Justina, the hero of justice, has come to uphold justice at school. True to her nature, she confidently shouts into a megaphone. The skin fits her personality perfectly. One of her character trait is having a really loud voice, and with the megaphone on top of that, she looks like she's getting some noise complaints. As a result, there's an ER pass emote of her getting punished. Make sure to pair the emote with the skin next season. Did you happen to notice the doll sitting on top of Justina's crossbow in the portrait? That's right. A doll resembling someone from Lumia Island. And it looks a little angry. This is Justina's first skin dedicated to upholding justice at school. We hope you're excited. The protagonist of Cadet Skin for Season 7 is Lee Dai-lin.
Oh my god.
Since this is a celebratory skin, the liquor she's holding looks especially high class. Seems like a good day to enjoy some fine drinks. The cadet uniform confirmed color blends beautifully with Lee Dai-lin's signature style, making for an elegant and stunning look. Yeah, her alcohol really stands out. And with just a change in expression, Dai-lin's entire vibe feels completely different. Even though the cadet skins are only rare, they somehow radiate a must-have energy. We hope you'll join us in Season 7's ranked battles, and we'll see you there.
You saw the skin, now Q ranked.
And of course, summer is coming. Season 8 is the long-awaited return of the summer season. Since season pack and past skins are kept under secret until release, we're instead revealing a rare tier skin from the season. While quite shy, Tia has stepped out of her comfort zone with a swimsuit this time. Even at the beach, Tia stays true to her artist roots with her pouch filled with paint. And of course, in true Tia fashion, she only needs 3 colors to work her magic. Her trusty squirrel has also gotten a summer makeover, now sporting a snorkel. And once again, summer is coming, and with it, the long-awaited Beachside Nikki rework is finally being re-released in Season 8. We've been steadily working on revising older skins, and this skin has had quite the roller coaster journey. For the longest time, 90% of the questions about reworks were, when is Beachside Nikki coming back? Well, the wait is finally over, and you'll get to see her again in Season 8. While the overall vibe remains the same, many details have been refined and updated. Since the skin underwent a complete rework, and not just a portrait, but the entire skin, the process took quite some time, and we really appreciate your patience. So, the number 1 most voted test subject skin will be released, which is Debbie Marlene. But what about the 2nd and 3rd place? Well, don't worry. Abigail and Magnus are also on their way. Both will be released as epic skins in Season 8. We know the wait has been long since the popularity vote, and thank you for waiting. Once Magnus' skin is out, there's also a good chance we'll be seeing another popularity poll soon, so please participate. Now that we've shown you all the skins and characters coming up in our future seasons, except the season pack ones, and some teased Season 8 ones, we're going to go into Q&A and answer some of the anticipated questions and get back to you guys on your survey that you guys sent us a few weeks back. Now to Raven 2.
Okay, now that we looked at all of the new stuff that is coming in Season 7 and some sneak peeks from Season 8, we will move into the Q&A. We will do some of the questions that were requested first from our players, and we'll take some few questions from our chat as well, like we do like always. Okay, solo and duo mode for gameplay. So with the addition of Lone Wolf, like we talked about earlier today, we'll see that if this is a plausible way of bringing back these old modes. And we also talked a bit about duo modes as well. So there's still some time that we will have to prepare of the stuff in Season 8, but we'll work hard to make the return of solo something that you'll be excited about. Okay, so another question that came up was, isn't 3 months too short for too much changes? Honestly, from a developer's perspective, a 3-month cycle feels incredibly short. But the issue is that from a player's perspective, it is not long at all. And the game market is constantly flooded with new exciting releases every day, every month, every year. So other games keep pushing out big, impressive updates, and if we don't continuously grab players' attention, we risk becoming irrelevant, and we previously had some really bad seasons that we experienced along the way too. So if anything, we wish we could move even faster. So yeah, this is currently what we are on right now. I think I talked about this a bit when we were talking about Season 8 changes, the map expansion. Originally, we did have a major map expansion planned for Season 8. However, other priorities have taken precedence. We also had we also had to prepare for the Lone Wolf mode as well. So we will have to push large-scale expansion plans further back. That being said, we did say that we will do minor expansions for Season 8, so keep your eye on that too. Okay, a lot of people ask, what is ER's genre? Is it a battle royale? Is it a AOS? Is it a survival game? Honestly though, it is really hard to judge a game by just genre alone these days. And ER is a game that came to be with the fusion of all of these three different genres. And we want to incorporate even more gameplay elements from other genres and games as well, as we are doing with these new features. Maybe ER would be a genre of itself one day, if we can survive to see the day. Removal of small content such as cubes, reload, and additional weapons. Okay, so this is a bit of a fun one. So when we first introduced cubes, they were meant to subtly enhance movement flow. And we think we did manage to find a way to try and see if we can do more with cubes with the research center opening. So yeah, in Season 7, we'll try and see how cubes work out with the new changes. Reloading is kind of in a weird spot. It's not really a significant mechanic as of now. It was a pretty cool one back in the day during our old days, but it currently sits at a same position as SP or stamina right now. So we are kind of leaning a bit to be removed, but we'll have to see. Okay, so next up is hacking and JP. Hacking is pretty hard. It's always a pretty hard one. I think we've been talking about this for quite some dev streams too. So hacking doesn't really fit into the Lumia Island gameplay right now, but we do see it as a potential theme for a new game mode. So, but we are currently focusing on Lone Wolf and some other modes that we're currently planning and mentioning also. So this will take some time. JP is also in a weird spot without hacking, and while there are some feedback that but JP doesn't really JP can live on without any hacking mechanics. We do also think that a lot of the old fans of JP resonate JP with the hacking mechanic too. So it's still an internal discussion for what we want to do with the character, but we'll see what happens, and yeah, hopefully JP and hacking can make its way into Eternal Return one day. New map is something. We believe it's something that we can always do with a new mode, but we are currently focusing on Lumia Island and the new mode Lone Wolf. And Lone Wolf will also take place on Lumia Island, so we believe that a new map is gonna take some time, maybe at a later date. Okay, this one was a bit asked too. A lot of people asked about the roadmap site update. Usually we give almost all the information of what we're going to do throughout the season through our depth streams. So there's really not a lot to add during the season concerning our roadmap. But we understand a lot of our players do kind of look at the roadmap too. So we will try and update it every season to see trying to give you an idea about when the stuff that we talked about during the depth streams are coming out. So that's our current plan, yeah, and we'll see how it goes as well. Moving on. Okay, yeah, I think we can talk about stuff for utility of character skills. So utility was kind of a big talking point this season with the introduction of Hisui and Justina, and we did see some removal of their utility mechanics. However, this is not because we want to cut down on the utility of certain characters. It's just that we believe that sometimes we want to try and show some of the show unique unique power fantasies for certain characters, and we believe that Hisui and Justina could provide more out of just utility, like Justina doing massive amounts of damage with her lasers. So we do believe that utility is not something that we're against of, and we're also adding wall jumps for Yuki with the season, and also Leon is also getting a utility skill with his rework to duck type. So it is always something that is on our minds. So we'll see how it goes, but it's definitely something that we're not against of. Skin release order. Yeah, skins take a long time to make. With us even starting to make skins right now, we're starting to work on skins that will be released even in like season 11. And yeah, the top 6 characters that has the longest skin release period: Martina, Barbara, Chloe, Shukai, Alex, and William. They are all scheduled. They're not scheduled. They have skins that are already in development, and we believe that they will all release within season 10 if there are no issues. So we're really happy to show off all of these skins that are in development as well. Cadet skins. Cadet skins are rare rarity skins that aren't skins that we really use the most resources. It's not the skins that we use the most resources in, and due to them having historic value of representing the season at that time, the historic value, we still have no plans to release them, and we will instead try and make new skins that are good and that can replace the void instead. Okay. Younger selves or time machine skins. Honestly, this is something that is always on the table. We also showed you a sneak peek of the Debbie and Marlene skin that is actually they are in school, so they are much more younger than their current selves that we are shown in their original state. So yeah, this is something that we definitely are very interested in doing, and we have skins that are also have more than a 10-year difference in development. So keep your eyes out on that too. We're really excited to show a kind of different types of skins as we go on later into the future too. Okay. For character votes, a lot of people asked when are we doing the next character vote. We believe that we will do a character vote after we do the skins for the last one. So after we release all of the skins for the last one, we'll see if we can do another one after that. Collab skins. As we said in the collab part, Season 9 will be our first external IP in-game collab, and it will include collab skins. Finally. New weapons are currently not planned. We are currently focusing more on bringing new characters to life. So yeah, we do not have any plans as of now. Okay. For lore and story content, lore is always a very asked question each season, and I understand a lot of our players are really excited in learning more about the world of Eternal Return, and we do believe that we have shown a lot more of lore this season. We introduced new factions for Hisui's Nichirinkai, we have introduced Justina's Erebos, and with Ishtavan coming out, we will probably be able to discuss more about Agalea too. So as we get more characters and we add more factions, we will look into releasing more of these lore snippets to keep you engaged in the immersion of Eternal Return. We hope to release more stories about the world as we go on.
And I'm be swooping in for the next set of Q&As regarding items, events, and marketing. And we've had questions regarding the ER pass, with some players reporting that it's too short and some saying it's too long. Both concerns are valid. We're continuously working to find the right balance. We found that playing around 80 matches over 3 months is enough to complete the pass for those that bought the Plus Edition. Since the Battle Pass model revolves around rewarding gameplay, we can't really significantly reduce the match requirement, but we'll keep looking into it. There were a lot of questions about business model as well and BM improvements. But right now, we believe that the best way to improve monetization is just by simply creating better content, especially higher quality skins. The more well-received skin is, the more players engage with it. And if we have the capacity, we'd love to release more skins, but we see that as the most effective way to enhance our monetization model. And regarding questions about reoccurring themes, people raised the question about summer skins repeating and sometimes the lucky skins, as it has been particularly well received. We plan to feature them more frequently, but we also understand the importance of variety to prevent overuse of similar themes, and we'll continue to explore new creative ideas alongside fan favorites. For esports and mileage questions, our esports support packs have a separate budget from regular in-game purchases, and we'll share with you guys how that works. Is that the team support packs, 100% of the proceeds actually go directly to the teams, and the general esports pack is used for prize pools and operational cost. So these funds are accounted separately from the actual mileage purchases. So unfortunately, we can't integrate them into the same system. We appreciate your understanding about that. Some players also had questions regarding Operator Naja and if she could get a skin. Operator skin is maybe releasing alongside collaborations, and hopefully in addition to Nadia, more new operators could be joining the game in the future. And we had a lot of questions and people asking for collaboration, but as Wendy covered a lot of the collaboration topic beforehand, we won't go too far into it here. However, we are excited for the different collabs, especially the ones in Season 9, where we will have our first IP collab brought into our game, as the Season 7 will be our IP going into a different game. People also asked about short-form platform advertising, and this would be like Twitter, YouTube, that kind of stuff. And the content is really tricky, so we're being cautious and we want to be cost efficient as well. We plan to experiment on YouTube and Twitter first before expanding further, as well as work alongside partners for content creation, such as discussed earlier. For marketing, there were also a lot of questions about this. And for international marketing, which I assume is of interest for the viewers here, is that the strategies differ by region. Regions with publishers will often have large-scale campaigns run by the publishers themselves. And for non-publisher regions, Nimble Neuron takes on the full responsibility and will keep attempting new angles of approach. And especially when in-game collaborations begin, such as Season 9, they'll feature globally recognized IPs, allowing for wider-reaching marketing efforts from our side as well. And similar to that, people also asked about influencer marketing, as we did push some influencer marketing this season. And the response seems very divided between the players when it comes to influencer marketing. And some of the efforts we have done in the past did not yield the best results, as Wendy previously said. And we recognized there's potential, and in some regions, there are more simply effective ways of marketing other than influencers. But these days, players are pretty sharp and often aren't really persuaded by typical influencer marketing anymore. But a very important part of it is the synergy between the influencer and the game and the content, so both can win from it. So we won't quit doing influencer marketing, but we'll be more smart with our future approaches. And for memes, with the release of Magnus emotes, there were a few players who questioned us about the memes and usage in game. We hope to use more memes in and out of game to communicate with our players, and believe it has been received pretty positively. And let us know if you have or find any good ER memes, as long as they don't cross the line of controversy. And we had a few questions about goods and merchandise as well. Some players asked regarding if there's any new merch creations in the pipeline. And as we mentioned a little bit earlier, we're going to produce more merchandise as we go. And for our second anniversary, we'll be getting our first figure. And hope we can have some news about global sales down the road. Thank you.
Okay, with that being said, we will move on to a bit of a technical aspect talk. As we always talk about, technical issues and improvements are always something we are doing always. I think last step stream, I remember I said the thing that like we will put it on the list. Like I think I said that like 10 times, and it is really a long list. And there were some questions that said if we are considering a full engine change. But honestly, this is not a very easy task for us. Eternal Return's quarter view gameplay system is something that, like Unity and other engines, do have their own pros and cons. But like engines do have their limitations, but a lot of it is like what makes the game run well. It usually comes from years of development efforts. And yeah, it comes from a lot of development efforts, and currently replacing our engine right now would result in undoing a lot of the processes that we currently had in play and have done over the years. So currently we do not have plans to do this. Okay, with that being said, we are trying to bring more improvements to different features like throughout the seasons, throughout the future seasons. As you can see, we have detailed graphic adjustments as well. We have all of these different features that we want to do in the future. And yeah, as the patches go on, we do want to make the game better and better as we move on. And okay, there's a optimization part at the top, so we'll also talk about that a bit too before we end. Let's see. Okay, optimization. Okay, this is going to be our last slide. Optimization is quite of a tricky part for us because for most games, the longer the patch cycle, it is much easier to optimize as well. Less frequent updates mean that there is more time to fix the issues at the core level. And we do believe that if we had a longer update cycle, we could probably optimize everything. Like, I would say everything. We would optimize a lot more before pushing new content. But yeah, the issue is that Eternal Return, we patch every 2 weeks. And yeah, and every 3 months, we introduce big updates that like completely shake up everything. And yeah, there are also a lot of other issues too. Let's say there's a character issue, like those ones take much more higher priority because they actually impact the whole, like the core gameplay. So we would have to like fix those immediately too. So it makes optimization much harder for us and like other live service games as well. We will have to like try and optimize as fast as possible as the goal line keeps getting further and further away from us, and we will have to run to go catch that goalpost. So it is a ever-ending fight. And yeah, that is why live service games tend to have a harder optimization compared to single-player games. And also with the current track record, it does seem like even with single-player games, optimization it's a pretty hard subject. It is really hard. And so, okay, so we do want to give a bit of a more idea about how our optimization works. So with every 2-week patch, we do make small improvements all the time. Wolf drew this funny little graph here to see how it really works. So with each 2-week patch, we go slightly up. We make small improvements and it goes up. And even if we start with a lower FPS, we would technically go up. Then our big update will come and it would drop drastically. And yeah, and then the cycle repeats. We go back up, we go down. We go back up, we go down. Like if we make great breakthroughs, we go much upper. But as it stands, it is an ever-ending fight with us and the game's updates. So yeah, it is a constant battle of improvement, big update, temporary drop, improvement, big update, temporary drop. And yeah, it is a cycle that will probably be done like many seasons ahead too. So how does Season 7 look? We want to give you a kind of an idea of how it looks right now. If you see here, the red line, Season 7, is mostly performing better than the blue line, Season 6. And other stuff like memory and CPU benchmarks also follow the same trend, which means we do believe that Season 7 will at least have some improvement over Season 6. And yeah, we are constantly optimizing, and optimization is something that it's not something that we can just put in a lot of time and like it would gain the same results. But yeah, we would also have to find breakthroughs to get higher and bigger results too. So, and yeah, Eternal Return moves very fast for everything and everything just happens at once. But it is something that we are keeping in mind every day, and we are working to optimize the game too. And as we get more experience, we are getting a lot of more experience, and I do believe that it has been getting better over time. So as we get more experience and as schedules change, we hope things will become better overall. Okay, with that being said, that is all that we have prepared for the PPT. And yeah, thank you so much for participating and looking at the dev stream. I think we can go back to our camera. Okay, hello, we are back. See, it's not pre-recorded. Okay. Okay, before we end, I think we can take some questions before we end from the chat. So yeah, give them to us, and let's see what we can do.
Yeah, if you guys have any questions, just type it in chat, and we'll make sure we can try to answer.
Would it be possible to implement an option to make keybinds to quickly buy and call in utility items like fried chicken, drones, or cameras without needing the opening of the VPad menu? 그 특정 카메라나 음식 같은 거 V패드로 구매할 수 있잖아요. 그런 거를 V패드를 열지 않고 따로 핫키를 배정해서 사용할 수 있는 방법을 할 수 있는지.
단축키가 너무 많이 필요하게 될 것 같은데 뭐 기술적으로 불가능한 이슈는 아닌 것 같습니다. 일단 한번 일단 V패드 자체는 일단은 아까도 소개드린 것처럼 저희가 이제 삭제를 목표로 하고 있고 제작창으로 옮겨갈 텐데 그 내에 세부적인 단축키를 하는 건 기술적으로 가능하지만 아주 빨리 진행되지는 못할 것 같습니다.
Okay, so we do believe that it is not impossible technically, but it is always a very hard task for us to use up a hotkey for like a specific feature. Like every time we do it, it is a very hard decision. And also since we are making improvements to the VPad to the BPad, we'll see how that goes, and we'll try and see if we can make any more future improvements upon that. And we'll see if the idea can also be something that we can visit in the future.
I also see specific questions for characters or suggestions or bug reports. And while we very much appreciate that, some of the character-specific questions might be difficult for us to answer, so we hope you guys can understand that. There was one question where it said, do you have any plans on making the cursor shape less square so it's easier to see exactly where your clicks go? So maybe something more about mouse customizations.
커서 사이즈나 이제 모양새 같은 거를 커스텀할 수 있는.
일단은 좀 연구에 진척은 있긴 한데요. 지금 현재는 저희 그 윈도우즈에서 마우스 사이즈를 조정하면 이제 그게 반영이 되는 구조이고 저희가 그걸 컨트롤했을 때 이제 지금은 예외가 발생했을 때 아직 좀 해결이 잘 안 되고 있는 것 같아요. 그러니까 예를 들어 유니티 크래시가 났다거나 이런 상황에서 인게임에서 고쳤던 마우스가 이제 돌려줘야 되는데 안 돌려줘서 이제 윈도우에서 이상하게 큰 마우스로 남아 있다거나 이런 문제들이 좀 이제 있어서 아직은 이제 서비스로 내놓을 정도의 퀄리티는 아닌 것 같아서 하지만 진행되고 있는 상황입니다. 네.
It is something that we have been looking into, and we do believe that we have made some progress on mouse cursor customization, but we haven't really figured out like the exception issues. Let's say there's a Unity crash, and if a Unity crash happens, you would expect that the mouse cursor would stay the same, but like mostly there are very big exception problems that cause the cursor to reset or either it becomes bigger. So like there are still a lot of bugs. So it is something that we are looking into and we are getting some progress onto. But we'll believe it will need to take some time.
Someone asked, cubes function similarly to runes from a different game. Can you also make it possible to put cubes into a water bottle so you can carry them around and eat them later?
그 도타에서 그 큐브 같은 거를 그러니까 큐브 룬이라고 하는데 그거를 병에다가 넣어서 나중에 인벤토리로 사용하는 기능이 있거든요. 그런 거 혹시 나중에 저희도 해볼 수 있는 건지.
큐브는 그거는 이제 밸런싱의 영역일 것 같아요. 큐브가 좀 더 그렇게 원하는 데 쓸 수 있게 되면 큐브가 강력해질 수 없고 지금은 큐브가 특정한 타이밍에 쓰이도록 좀 타겟팅을 하고 있는 부분이 커서 초반에만 나오죠. 후반에는 어차피 크레딧 큐브니까 그래서 이 후반에 쓰이면 안 된다는 전제로 만들어진 부분이어서 그렇진 않을 것 같습니다.
We do believe that it is a matter of balance. Mostly, if you see these cubes are only available in the first half of the game, and usually they would change into credit cubes. It is mostly because these cubes are very strong, and we don't really want players to use them at specific times that they want to use. We believe that would create too much of a balance problem. So we will have to see the balance numbers, and like we would have to discuss it a lot. But we don't see it would be a current thing that we would do right now.
Someone asked, how often do you check the English feedback channels on Discord? And is there anything you've seen in there recently you would like to quickly address on stream? Well, I think we could answer this
yeah.
one. Yeah.
Oh, we frequently check the feedback and suggestions on Discord, and I believe there were some improvements that we were able to kind of address today and actually add and improve today, like the QOL for the skill targeting stuff. But we also have to understand that a lot of the features have also priorities on our list of things to do too. So even though we have seen the feedback, it might get pushed back, or there could be internal issues that we can't do it. So we can't really address each one, and we're really sorry that we can't address each one. And we really appreciate all of your feedback too. Thank you so much for leading your feedback, and we are definitely reading into it. It's just that with the internal stuff that is all happening and stuff like that, we can't really address everything. But yeah, we can say that we look at it very frequently, and we get a lot of good ideas from it as well.
Yeah, I would also like to add that it's not just us that sees the English feedback. We actually have a collection of the feedback that we always share within the team, and we all check it. But me and Wendy, also the other members of the team, we do actively check Discord as well. There was a question about perhaps any plans on bringing back Cling Clatter or maybe repurposing them into a different mechanic. So like older traps or older gadgets, is there any plans to bring them back?
옛날 트랩 같은 거 막 사용하면 막 알람 울리고 그런 거 혹시 다시 내놓을 생각이 있는지.
소란 발생기.
네, 소란 발생기.
소란 발생기 같은 경우는 사실 이제 지금 구조에서는 쓸모가 없어서 전혀 사용성이 없어서 빠졌는데 이제 저희가 리소스는 갖고 있기 때문에 예를 들어 이제 솔로 같은 경우에서는 환경에서는 좀 더 유의미할 수 있다고는 생각을 합니다. 그래서 그런 거를 이제 그런 식으로 모드별로 좀 생각은 해볼 수 있을 것 같습니다.
We do believe that Cling Clatters don't really have a place in the squad environment of Lumia Island as of today, but we still have the resources and we are still able to use them. And we do think that maybe in future modes, such as the Lone Wolf mode, the solo mode that we presented today, we do believe that maybe they could be used in those environments, and we can try them out on those sort of modes later in the future.
There was a question about any plans to separate normal game queuing pre-made teams from non-pre-made teams. So I'm guessing they're asking for pre-mates to be split up or separated from solos and normals.
I think it's a very hard question for us to answer because matchmaking in normal isn't actually very ideal. We do have some matchmaking stuff that we have done to the normal queues so that new players wouldn't bump into actual very experienced players. But yeah, we do also have restrictions for. We do agree that we do have some lenient restrictions for the normal queue side as well. And playing solo is definitely a disadvantage into playing into a 3-stack too. But there's also the issue of the matchmaking of the queues taking too long. So we will have to find the balance between. Let's say, can we actually divide the queues that we currently have while having a queue timer that our players can actually tolerate through too. So I think we can try some ideas of making the timer a bit longer to find more 3-stacks to come into the lobby before the lobby is created. I think we can definitely try some of the ideas like that. And yeah, we'll talk internally and see if there's any ways to further improve the matchmaking for those kind of situations. We're really sorry that stuff like this is happening. It is always pretty hard to do kind of these matchmaking stuffs with a kind of a limited player pool that we'll be able to use for matchmaking. But yeah, we'll see what we can do, and we'll definitely try and give you a better experience.
Is it possible to add voice actor names for each language to the game? I want to know who voiced each character.
그거 성우 이름을 다 표시해 줄 수 있는지 모든 언어 관련해서 가능한 건지.
네, 성우 이름은 공개를 할 수 있고 실제로 이제 위키 페이지 같은 데도 이제 공개가 돼 있는 경우가 거의 대부분이어서 네, 원칙적으로는 가능할 것 같고 언제 한번 그런 부분들이 업데이트될 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Okay, I think it's something that we can definitely give information about. So we'll try and talk internally and see if there's a good way so that we can give all of that information so that a lot of our players can easily access.
There was the question about making a setting to set character voice language character specific. So character specific bindings or maybe even just settings in general, we can answer that together. So for example, if I want my character languages to be Korean, but I want my Nikki to be English, then would that be something I can do in the future?
예. 캐릭터별로 좀 많은 옵션들을 이렇게 나누는 게 언제나 이제 이 옵션들의 숫자도 많아지고 비용도 많아지기 때문에 결국은 해야 될 부분이라고 생각을 하지만 이제 그 우선순위의 문제인 것 같고 지금은 보이스도 나누는 것도 중요하지만 사실 키바인딩 같은 경우가 좀 더 우선순위가 있는 것 같긴 합니다. 네.
It is a very resource intensive stuff that we can do to like each time we add an option it is very resource intensive and we do but however we do understand the needs for different options for each character. However, we do think that currently we like the changing of key bindings per character is a bit more a high priority than the voice stuff itself. So I think it is always a matter of priority that we want to do. We definitely want to do more options per character, but yeah, I think we'll have to put it on the list. But as of always, we will have to see which one takes which priority and which one can be added at which time. So thank you for understanding.
Yeah, we'll take a few more questions and we'll take one from YouTube as well where it says, with the recent changes to crafting, everything is becoming more simplified. Will crafting eventually become even simpler and maybe even being removed in the future?
네, 언젠가는 그렇게 될 수도 있다고 생각을 하는데 결국은 이제 게임 플레이가 얼마나 다양한 재미를 줄 수 있느냐가 중요하다고 생각을 했었고 크래프팅은 그 중에서 이터널 리턴이 가졌던 이제 큰 비중이라고 생각을 했는데 다만 이제 크래프팅 같은 경우에는 수백 판, 수천 판 반복을 할 때 이제 좀 반복되는 구간이라는 부분 때문에 조금씩 더 이 다른 콘텐츠들이 많아지면서 게임에서 플레이할 수 있는 다른 콘텐츠들이 많아지면서 좀 비중을 줄여 나가고 있는 상태라고 보시면 될 것 같습니다.
We do believe that crafting is a very integral part of the Eternal Return system, but however, it is also something that we would have to do like hundreds of times over the years. And yeah, although it does serve as a core mechanic of our game right now, we do believe that as more mechanics are added and there are mechanics that can bring more fun to the game rather than just crafting. And as we showed in like previous other mechanics like SPN, reload, like stuff like the old features sometimes become irrelevant. So we do believe that if that time ever comes, we can try and consider it. But right now, it is a pretty integral part.
There was also a question about new modes that might be coming. So for Cobalt, we have 4 people, which is quads. So they were asking, in the same vein as solos or duos, is there any interest in perhaps doing quads for Lumia Island?
루미아 아일랜드의 4인 쿼드 혹시 해보실 생각 있는지?
네, 여러 가지 모드를 준비를 하고 있고 이제 그 중에서 좀 더 인원수가 많은 부분도 있을 수 있을 것 같은데 일단은 지금 저희가 갖고 있는 계획에서 제일 이제 가까운 건 코발트의 리워크와 저기 솔로 모드에 대한 그 3스트라이크를 기반으로 한 솔로 모드가 일단은 우선순위가 될 것 같고요. 그 이후에는 훨씬 더 다양한 모드들을 많이 만들어 보고 싶습니다.
Okay. I think right now we're definitely having more priority of doing our new modes that are currently prepared, like the Lone Wolf mode and like the 3-strike system that is inside Lone Wolf. We are trying ideas like this as well, and as we said in the future, duo modes too. But we definitely want to try new modes. So yeah, we would say that nothing is off the table at this point. So maybe in the future, who knows?
We'll do our final question, which was, can we have a natural disaster patch with tsunamis, eruption, earthquakes, and landslides? So something similar to weathers, but more perhaps natural disaster. So maybe something bigger.
그 혹시 나중에 이제 저희 피처 같은 거로 그 현재 저희가 날씨 같은 거 있잖아요. 이런 거에 약간 더 강화판인 약간 재난 같은 거 해가지고서 막 맵이 바뀐다든가 아니면 막 되게 그 맵에 큰 영향을 줄 수 있는 그런 재난 이런 피처가 추가될 수 있는지.
일단은 아주 먼 미래가 되지 않을까. 게임은 그 3개월마다 계속 새로운 부분들을 추구할 거고 새로운 요소들을 넣겠지만 지금 저희의 배경 그 루미아 섬에 대한 배경 생산 구조 속에서 이제 이거를 깨트리거나 뭔가 이렇게 이 파괴하거나 하는 거는 좀 많은 기술적인 단계들이 필요한 것 같고요. 그래서 차근차근 좀 기술들이 쌓이고 난 다음이 돼야 될 것 같아요.
네. we think it is a great idea, but mostly if it comes to let's say changing the terrain of Lumia Island itself, or like altering stuff that like is in the background, it is a very technical issue that we would have to have much more experience in doing, and it would also take a lot of resources to develop as well. So it is a very interesting idea, but with the current resources and the technical stuff that we have, we do believe that if we do it, it's gonna be a bit further in the future.
Yeah, thank you guys. That's all the questions we'll take for now, but thank you again, and we apologize for not being able to answer every single question that you guys have given us. And yeah, Wendy, you want to wrap us up then?
Okay, I will wrap this thing up. Okay, so this has been like my 5th or 6th dev stream. It has been like 2 years since I first done this, and honestly, like there were times where we were really worried about like how much Eternal Return will go on, like how will we change. But I think it is a really like today's experience was really good because it is the first time that we have not reduced, but we have actually have more people on the dev stream now. I believe that this is a very good experience for me and the players too. And yeah, thank you all for tuning into the Season 7 dev stream for Eternal Return. We believe that every dev stream we do, I believe it just shows that we have survived one more season and we can grow to become even better. So I am very happy that we are able to have this opportunity to talk with the players of Eternal Return and with our global players that are all around the world. We're really happy to do this all the time, even with a new addition too. So once again, thank you all for joining in today and playing Eternal Return for Season 6 too. And we hope to see you next season as well. I think that's all for me. We will take some last thank yous from Wolf1 before we end.
Yes, thanks again, everyone. It was great having you all here. We really appreciate your support and feedback. Keep it coming. See you next time.
Okay, thank you everyone for joining in today, and we will see you next dev stream. Oh wait,
sorry, I didn't get to say my goodbye.
Oh,
yet.
I am so sorry. I'm not used to this yet.
I was pretty nervous coming onto the dev stream, so thank you guys for all the support that you have given me. It means a lot. I know you guys love Eternal Return, and we love Eternal Return as well. And we apologize once again for any inconveniences or any problems you have with the game. But rest assured, we do work really hard. For example, we woke up early in the morning, and the first thing we did was come to the studio today to prepare for the stream. And I'll be going back into the office right after this as well. So we'll be getting ready for the next stream as well. Thank you guys, and we'll see you guys next time.
Yeah, we will make sure that we work hard. We will work hard. No regrets. We will work hard to make Eternal Return the game that it is. Okay, once again, thank you so much for joining into today's dev stream, even with our nimble moron moments, and we hope to see you next season as well. Thank you, and we'll see you next time. Bye.
Meow. Bye-bye.
What can I do for fun around here? Just follow me. I'll make sure you have fun. Shh. Are you ready? Ready to join me into the depths of the abyss?
Pain is temporary. Death is forever. I will end your suffering.
People become honest when they have nowhere to run. It's not the time to cut your breath. Doesn't it make your blood boil?
Is it my turn? Already? Looks like I'm dealing with a bunch of weaklings. Humans are, in the end, just mortal beings. So, do I look a bit more like a demon empress now?
If this is what I can help Nadia with.
I'm getting fun vibes from this place. Get up here. Let's play. Aren't you afraid of the Legion of the Abyss? Oh no, don't tell me you're tired already. Come play with me. Look Look at the blood-red sky. Are you ready? Ready to join me into the depths of the abyss?
The doctors here aren't what I'm used to.
Wilson.
I will end your suffering. Now it's time to return the pain. Now nobody can cause me more pain. I'd rather die than suffer any further.
I haven't forgotten about our contract. Oh, yes. I feel so alive. Do I remind you of someone? Let's fight then! Alright, let's get to work! Have you lost your mind? Oh! Time out! Time out! Time out!
Haha! Is it my turn? Already? Well, it feels a lot like using a portal. Is that how determined you are? Was it you who called me here? Now, let's try to take over the world! Get up. Tomorrow's still a long way off. Don't stare too long. You might drown from a curse or something. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself. Wait, is that a hero?
I just want to go somewhere